Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Friday.
Or afternoon or evening, depending on your relative time zones.
Yes.
I'm gonna get this on hand ready to do the crap.
Yeah.
I think that's an idea.
I'll look at the mic.
So
Position for us.
Before we get into things, let's finish the intro. Welcome back to the Devil's Latest Issue podcast. I am your slightly better of hearing host than normal, Mr. Vegas. My ears popped earlier today, so I can fucking hear for the first time in months, which is why you may notice me being a little quieter than normal. Unfortunately, I think I'm coming down with like a small cold or something, so you may hear me be a little nasally compared to normal, and occasionally do a little cat sound. So don't mind the shit out of that. That's just I'm dying. It's fine. Well, Miss Fatman T, who's also my co-host, Fatman T, is also here. Gets out some very loud metal objects and clangs them around right under the goddamn microphone.
Yes.
Fuck you, headphone users.
Well, I don't like headphone users as pussies.
No, so
Let's get bottle openers because we're gonna need them.
You have one. You
Yeah,
brought a bottle opener already, and you brought out 3 more of the fucking
Yes, but
things.
choices.
That as well. I already have a bottle opener. It's called a Bic lighter.
That's not big. That's.
This one is actually a Bic. Yes. I asked the woman in the shop I bought them from. These are actually Bic lighters.
Yes. So
They just took them out of the packaging and sold them in a pack of 4 that were attached together with a single fucking elastic band. And I pretty much only bought them for the elastic band.
you were a hero, didn't you?
I did, yes.
So tonight, as the title says, we are drinking tonight.
Yep.
We have a selection of new beers we haven't tried yet.
Yes. Well,
And well, we haven't really.
we tell partially a lie. You tried one of them last
Yes.
night, which is the blackcurrant and something.
The Rec whatever premium Swedish cider.
Blackberry, blackcurrant, Rekorderlig.
Yes.
Rekorderlig.
These all came from Tesco's.
I have a passion fruit version of it because Fat Man T drank the last blackcurrant one.
Yes. So we'll start off with a special edition Vocation Brewery
Yes.
Double Tonka. What the fuck's a Tonka? I don't know what the Tonka is actually in this.
Double Tonka Frappe coffee stout.
Yeah.
Basically, as we go down the line of drinks, we'll tell you what they are until we inevitably get so pissed we forget to do that bit.
That's where we get down to whiskey, I think, at that point.
I think probably.
This is a stout. It's 8.5%. It's probably sticky coffee vanilla.
Yes. Now we do have a rule for this drinking game this evening.
Do we?
Yes, we do. You mentioned it to me earlier. Yes, we can't move to the next drink until we've finished the one we're currently on.
Yes.
Even if it's fucking
Disgusting.
honking.
Yeah.
Happily, I think I might win this game because I know I'm very confident I'm going to like that one. 50-50 on that one, 50-50 on that one, 60-30 on that one, 50-50 on that one. So I think I've got pretty good odds here.
To me,
Because 2 of the brands here, I know I like the brand.
Yeah.
So I think I'm on a pretty good evening.
So I'm pretty sure I like that one. That one, it depends how more close to mulled wine it tastes.
Yes.
Might be the issue.
The
Rhubarb, I've no idea.
The rhubarb one is like 50. What the hang on? What are you doing? You dropped food back there again, you fucking dick.
No, you dropped a can of tuna down there about a month back. I think you found that out.
No, I think you'll find he dug that kind of tuna out of the trash after I finished using it and put it back there. Yes, you prick. Sorry.
No, you got bribes.
Yes, that's the point. Let me bribe the creature. Right, fuck Knuckle. Yeah, that's all.
You have to bribe a dog to get decent streaming.
I have an extra can compared to Fat Man T.
Yes.
Alex again, he drank the other blackcurrant one.
Yeah.
So I have a triple fruited mango sour beer, which I'm 50-50 on because I don't like sour beer most of the time. I'm much more of a bitter kind of a beer kind of a fan versus sour beer, but 50-50.
So let's get started then.
Yes, let's do this. Let's crack open our fucking double Tonka. I'm assuming it's like gonna be coffee frappe or something. Coffee frappe. Frappe is coffee, brain.
Frappe's iced coffee, yes.
Yeah, I meant chocolate, and I just kind of fucking didn't get. I'm tired today, Fat Manty. I don't know if you can tell. People at home, I don't know if you can tell. I'm tired. Yeah, go on. Let me give it a whiff.
It's got a...
It just kind of smells vaguely of Guinness to me. Let me read the can here. Let me see. It's suitable for vegans. Oh, good for the vegans. That's never a good fucking thing.
It's just Tonka. I actually use Tonka beans.
It's 8%. Hooray.
So strong.
This is 2 pints. This is a 2 pint. I don't believe you can.
Where's it 2 pints at?
There.
It's not about the strength because most pints are like 4%. This is 8.
Oh, right. I was gonna say.
So it's basically 2 pints worth of units.
This doesn't feel like 2 pints.
It's 3.5 units, so about 2 pints worth of alcohol.
Please pour carefully. How about go fuck yourself? Okay, right. Here's the tasting notes on it. Right. Sticky. Coffee. Vanilla. With Tonka brewed in Cragvale Hebden Bridge. Never heard of the fucking place.
It's in Scotland.
I think you'll find Cragvale Hebden Bridge is not in
It's in Scotland or Wales.
Let's see. So, a rich and full-bodied stout with freshly brewed coffee aromas. So it was threatened with a coffee. Okay. The addition of Tonka beans adds a complex sweetness and depth of flavour, boosting the coffee notes and bringing out vanilla, caramel, and chocolate.
So we already know this is written by a 20-year-old who bullshits.
Okay, there's a good chance this is going to give me a migraine then if there's chocolate in it.
It doesn't say chocolate anywhere in the rooster thingy.
Well, it says it has chocolate flavours going on.
Yeah, I think this is crap because it looks like brown liquor. That looks like a frothy coffee.
I mean, I'm smelling chocolate in there, so.
Anyway, salut. Okay, I'm definitely getting coffee.
It's not the nicest thing I've drank, but
I'm definitely getting coffee and I do get the caramel. Which I think is Tonka bean. I've just now in the background where it's cleaned my palate a little bit, got the vanilla. It's not the best stout I've ever drunk.
It's definitely not the best thing I've ever drunk, but it's certainly not the worst. That's
for a coffee flavoured beer, it's not the worst thing I've ever tasted.
It tastes better than I was ready for. I was ready for instant just you know, like
that first time Guinness, like we go.
I was ready for that to like hit my palate and my whole body to shut down and reject it. You know, like a dodgy fucking kidney implant. But no, that's. I wouldn't go out of my way to buy it ever again.
If it's offered to me, I can drink it. I can happily drink it without worrying too much.
Yeah.
It does taste like a frappe with stout.
If I was offered it and it was the only thing left in the building, I would happily sit and drink it.
Tell you what it reminds me of. It's a Scottish tiramisu in a can.
Yeah, I'll give you that actually.
Because stout comes from Scotland, so it's that heavy, bitter Scottish flavour with.
It does taste like how we'd make tiramisu in Scotland. Actually, I will give you that. It's.
Instead of using brandy, using freaking stout instead for your tiramisus.
Which, to be fair, I've had that before. It's
I have as well.
Quite fucking nice, actually.
I mean, my favourite is stout stick toffee pudding.
That is good.
Good but heavy as fuck
Oh yeah.
on the stomach. So as we drink our first beer,
I'm still not sure on it.
it's one of the ones I can drink if you give it to me, but it's not. I'm not going to go up again. I wouldn't pay. I mean, I paid £1 for 20 for each can.
Yeah.
And the original price is like £3 a can.
Definitely wouldn't pay £3 for it. No.
Yeah.
£1.20. Still not happy at a £1.20, but better than fucking £3.
£1.20 for a pint. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
So in news, Snow White has flopped in the cinemas badly. Everyone's blaming everyone else for it.
Right.
Even China couldn't save it, which is amazing. 6 people have died in another submarine crash.
Yes.
Boeing came out saying there's another problem with their planes again.
When is there not a problem with the Boeing?
I don't know. It's
weird though. Like I don't know if you've noticed this. Like Boeing came out and was like, "Oh, we're having problems with our planes." I don't think Boeing's had a plane crash this year.
They haven't. No, all the other ones haven't had it.
It's fucking weird, isn't it?
it's bombing the sabotage every other plane company out
Like,
there, so
what?
they don't look so bad.
It's like Boeing comes out and is like, yo, we're having plane problems. Yeah, every other plane company's had at least a plane crash. Boeing's not had a single one, but Boeing's the only one that could have come out so far and go, we're having some slight difficulty.
We lost the door.
What the fuck?
And this one, like, we lost a whole, like, as the plane was coming to landing, a whole, like, landing assembly just kind of, like, fell off. He's under there.
I was trying to figure out what he was fucking rattling at.
The whole, like, landing assembly just, like, fell off. And it was coming to
That's
land.
not right. That checks the fuck out at this point. Yeah.
The Airbuses had some long-term issues with the first generation of Airbuses. Namely the fact that the wings are falling off from stress.
When are they not, though? Oh, excuse me.
And I say the tourist submarine in the Red Sea, I believe it was,
Red Sea, 'cause it was just outside of Egypt.
sank and kind of imploded, kind of killing. Well, they killed 6 people, or 6 people might be dead. We don't know yet.
The last I heard is the official report is there are 6 people MIA who are considered dead
Yes.
due to the nature of their disappearance and the length of time it's been since they were last seen, as well as the location of their last seeing, which was the last time anyone saw them was under the fucking ocean.
Yes, in a submarine which shouldn't be diving that deep anyway to implode.
Yes, and kind of went in on itself.
Which is impressive because it shouldn't be diving that deep anyway to implode, because it's one of those tourist ones where it's supposed to keep the snorkel above the water, don't want to drain all oxygen in.
Yes.
It's not designed for deep running.
Correct.
So how it got down that deep, I do not fucking know.
Very carefully.
Hopefully not, it imploded.
But believe it or not, it's actually not that difficult to get like one of those tourism submarines to go that deep.
Let's get them back up to Brum.
Even getting them back up, not that difficult. What is difficult is keeping it down there without it imploding.
Yeah.
It's like, to get it to go down that far, you have to basically close off the oxygen hatch.
Yes.
And then because obviously you're breathing all the time, the oxygen's becoming, nitrogen is how that works.
Carbon.
Is it carbon?
Carbon dioxide, yeah.
Thank you. You know, it's becoming carbon. And essentially, because of that,
You're suffocating.
it's not just that you're suffocating, which is also a problem, but also the atmosphere inside of the cabin. Essentially, you start off where like the pressure levels are,
No, the pressure.
could be better, but it'll hold, it'll be fine. And then, because the pressure's basically getting technically both heavier and lighter at the same time in a way, and becoming off balance inside of the cabin compared to the pressure outside, the submarine just kind of goes and fuck off.
I think what happened is, because those submarines are doing rough about work, is when they replace the oxygen to bring it back up, they use the snorkel to pull oxygen in to reflate the ballasts.
Yes, that is one of the uses of the snorkel, yes.
Problem is, well, they don't have oxygen tanks on board.
Correct.
So you have to basically dump air ballast for water ballast to sink you.
Yes.
And I think the guy who done it then realised, shit, I'm too deep, I can't reballast myself.
Well, there's a small flaw with that. They still have propeller engines on the back, so can still scoot their way back up.
In theory, yes, but we've got too much ballast in, you can't pull back up properly. You're dead. You just go dead nose.
No, because
Close
they're
down.
able to detach the ballast from the, I want to say the bridge is the correct word, and or cockpit. Whatever the word is for the submarine piloting department.
Cockpit
Inside of that bit, there is usually a button to tell the ballasts to fuck off.
Yeah, well, that's called the ballast purge, which basically force the water out with oxygen from the tanks.
No, there's ones, and it's like a required safety feature on most tourism submarines to have a button that detaches your ballasts as well.
I haven't looked into it too much at the moment, so I don't know exactly what's happening with it either. So we're just speculating on what we know of tourist submarines, which are just dog shit, really.
And even then, to be fair, like, I don't know about you, but my knowledge of tourism submarines is limited. I've not done a lot of research into them over
I
the years.
did when I was younger, because I was going to build one.
I've done a lot, like, you asked me about, like, planes or something, like, you know, you want to know the ins and outs of the Spitfire Mark 9? Oh, fucking all day, every day, happily.
Yeah.
Tourist submarines, I'm passingly familiar with how they work.
I was going to buy one, so... Well, not buy one, I was going to build one when I was about 15, 16. So I went into like a competition for a fast-running house-built submarine at the time. So I did do a lot of research on how they kind of functioned and that.
See, I just hyper focused on the different models of Spitfire when I was about 19, and you know, now I know a little too much about the Spitfire. It's my second favourite plane. Do you know what my first favourite plane is?
What's that?
Lancaster Bomber.
Okay, then I guess what's a solid pick for that.
It's a sexy, sexy, sexy aircraft.
What's in the news? Who's Joel Anderson?
Not a clue. Never heard of the cunt. Myanmar's had an earthquake.
Yeah, thousands feared dead after 0.77.
7.7 magnitude.
You know what Myanmar is? It's kind of in
It's
between
like a
Tibet
place?
and
It's like
China.
a city-state, isn't it?
No, it's technically was a country originally. It's in like,
Is it?
but it's part of the one China thing now. Got told by look.
5 people wounded in Amsterdam, stabbing in a busy shopping street.
Criminologist students jail for 39 years after.
Bournemouth beach attack. Transcript of signal group chat out at centre of major White House security breach.
Oh yeah, I was the Senate got the
signal
transcript
chat,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah, because Trump keeps saying nothing sensitive was like.
And
Exhibit A B C D E F G R.
A, B, C, D, E, F, U, and your mom, and your,
That's
and your dog, and your
You know-
podcast friend.
Golden Dong 79. That's you, isn't it, Trump there? In the chat line. I can imagine.
I hope and I pray to fucking God himself that Donald Trump's fucking screen name on like League of Legends is Golden Dawn. I would pay so much money for that to be true. I would do unspeakable things for that to become a fact. Someone please, I beg. Fucking add that to Donald Trump's Wikipedia page, please. I don't even care if it's real or not. Someone go add that to his Wikipedia. Because no one can prove it isn't true.
Donald Trump's Xbox Live name is
The Golden Dong 60.
no, it'd be XXX the Golden Dong 79 XXXX.
It's like, what was it? Do you remember? I don't know if you remember this advert or not. You might be too old for this advert. Do you remember the adverts that went around for a while about the Legend, like the Legend 65?
Yes.
There was like I think it was like some shitty mobile game that had like a legendary player that didn't
Yeah.
exist, who went by the name of Legend 65.
Yes, it was like
And for like 6 years, there was just a running joke in like every video game that there was a player called the Legend 65.
it was like the Steve phenomenon, right? Minecraft. You know.
Every video game you logged into, there was a guy called the real Minecraft Steve
Yeah.
online, who was like max level.
Yeah, that was a troll by Mojang at the time because like so that because it started with, it was just a random like I think it was a glitch that someone had randomly got like white eyes or something like, for a glitch.
No, you're thinking of Herobrine.
No, we're not.
Yeah, Herobrine was the white-eyed one.
Yeah.
It was originally the original story of like what happened with the Herobrine glitch. Like, I'll rephrase that actually. The true story, the actual factual story of what happened with the Herobrine incident is way more interesting than all of the bullshit like creepypastas about it. Because it's
The soul of a dead child.
yeah, there was the soul of the dead. There was the soul of the dead brother of Notch who made Minecraft.
I even wanted it was Technoblade came back and reincarnated
Yeah,
and he was
which-
like, no.
Which, given the, like Herobrine as a glitch / creepypasta predates Technoblade's death and popularity,
Yeah.
should tell you that was horse shit. But
People still
no,
believe that one.
Yeah, I know. I've met some of them. It hurts, but like I used to work with some of them, and that really, really hurt. But like, no, there's the original story, at least from what I remember, because it's been a long fucking time. The actual true story of what happened with Herobrine, so like the glitch, is there's two versions of her. There's one I believe more than the other. The one I've heard that I believe more to be true because there's just more evidence to support it. Is essentially like there was a glitch. And this is gonna take me a while here, because I'm gonna have to go for a bit of Minecraft history. So there was a glitch at one point with the pigs in Minecraft back in like version like 0.09, back in the day, like one of the really early releases of Minecraft.
Wasn't the 1.26?
No, you're thinking way ahead of me here. Like
Alright.
I'm talking like fucking month 2 release of Minecraft.
I was still talking about the early bit of free run.
Yeah, I'm talking like early fucking beta. There was a glitch happening with the pigs, the pig models, where they basically they weren't loading the, like, once in a while the pig wasn't loading the pig assets, it was loading the player model assets.
Yes.
So you basically be walking around and there'd just be a bunch of Steves walking around, and it was kind of creepy. They fixed that, but basically like re-implemented it on purpose to make a new mob, and that's where the zombie came from.
Yeah.
They just kind of changed the colour scheme to be like green and shit.
That's the same thing happened with the because like the hero, the Steve model was based on they always used, and they used that to like frame wire, like the zombie, the nether, the whatever it's called, that nether giant thing.
No, that doesn't use. The only ones that use the Steve modeling wireframe and ever have is the player model, the zombie model, and the villager models. All use the wireframe.
Like the what's it called, Creeper? Use something similar.
So creepers do have a similar story. Of they came from the pigs as well. In I think that was version 1.2.3, if memory serves me correctly. Where there was another glitch that was basically happening with the wire model, actually, the skeleton of the 3D model, where rather than spawning in the shape of a pig, the game would have a little stroke, and it would just kind of become kind of tall, with stubby little legs. Basically, the body would spawn in fucking vertical, and the legs would stay where they're supposed to be, and the game would freak the fuck out, and move the legs right into each other. And it was weird.
You got this head dupe, basically.
Yeah, so they basically tracked down that error in the code and recreated it on purpose again inside of a separate mob entity to make the creeper and gave it a skin and everything. And then the story I heard for Herobrine, I believe more, because again there's a lot more evidence for it, is essentially the same thing happened again. But instead of it being the pig model that glitched out, it was the zombie character model.
Yeah. That
was glitching out, and essentially applying the player skin and the zombie skin like at the same time, and essentially, like usually if a character model in a game applies 2 overlay skins at the same time, you get a flashing effect.
Yeah, the shimmer.
As like both skins try and like render. Essentially, that was happening, but it was only happening on the eyes of the character model. So the outer skin was still, I was like the player skin, because that was the prior. Basically, it was a skin that was given higher processing. We're gonna call it processing rights. That's not the word. I can't remember the correct word, but priority. It was given priority processing status in the code.
Yes.
So that was like the visible one. But the way Minecraft at the time was loading character models was essentially the eyes. The eyes are supposed to be the first thing on a character model that loads, but it was given the lowest load priority. And essentially, because you had 2 skins with equal priority at that one point in the character model, it was causing the whiteout effect as both kind of tried to load in at the same time at high speeds.
What I heard was that it was a dev trying to load in his own assets into the game, his own character. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, he glitched over and pulled in his dev asset instead over the top of his, and that caused the same issue, like the process getting mixed up and creating like this weird.
Yeah, I have heard that version, but again, there's next to no evidence of it. If you go back to those, which is hard to do for the record, but if you go back to those older versions of Minecraft and basically like dig your way into the source code, there's no evidence to support that story. But the story I gave out there of like the zombie player skin glitch, there's some evidence to support it. Of you can kind of see the
logic behind that one, yeah.
Yeah, you can see that like the lines of code that could go wrong there. Like so, like the exact processes that were described in that story are kind of there in those early versions of the game, where you can see, okay, that kind of checks out. That could have occurred. The other version of the story I've heard get thrown around here and there, which realistically it sounds more correct, but again there's a lot less evidence for it. It was essentially 2 chuckle fucks basically managed to, depending on which version of the story you hear, they either got their hands on an early version of the game that had multiplayer capability. They basically managed to acquire one of like the test copies for when they were first trying to implement the multiplayer, or they manually modded the game themselves to have multiplayer. Depending on who you ask about this version of the story, you'll get one of the two. And they basically, like, one of them applied a custom skin to their launcher that had the whited out eyes, and then they staged the very famous screenshot of the first Herobrine sighting and
in the mist.
Yeah, and basically, like, they were doing it like as a creepypasta thing, which normally I would believe more because, like, we've heard it a billion times as a story. Like, pretty much fucking every creepypasta started that way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's so much less evidence to support that version of events compared to
even the original screenshots,
like the glitch version.
Because even the original screenshot now, right, what's called the original screenshot, isn't the original screenshot.
It's not. No, the screenshot you usually see get floating around today, because it's called like the original screenshot. I know exactly what YouTube video it came from because I watched it on when it released.
And it's just like a recreation of the event or something.
No, it's not even that. It is a video that was put out by a British YouTuber called The Gaming Lemon. And it was basically, at the time, he was doing like Minecraft Let's Plays during like the height of, well, like the early height of the first like Herobrine outbreak, as it gets referred to in some places. And I believe it's one of the few genuine sightings of the actual glitch occurring. Is in one of his videos, he's going around like in his world, and you can see like Herobrine like off in the mist in the distance. But the actual screenshot itself, like from his videos, comes from a slightly later video after that event, where like a bunch of people put it out like in the comments of that video, like, hey, like fucking Herobrine. So we actually went back to that video and like basically found the exact frame people would like spotted it in, and like enlarged it and screenshotted it himself and did a video talking about it and basically being like, look, I promise
I didn't make it.
I am not fucking with you. This was not staged. This was not scripted or anything. This isn't like one of my friends fucking with me. Like he goes to like a real life cam shot and is like, look, my console does not get plugged into the Wi-Fi. I don't have a LAN cable. He goes into his console settings. I'm not connected to the internet. It's never been connected to the internet. Like, I don't even have Xbox Live or anything. I use this console to play Minecraft strictly single player. Really covered his ass hard way in that respect. And it's like, I don't know how to explain what occurred outside of, I think Herobrine's either a genuine thing or there's some weird glitch causing this.
Yeah, because like, the ghost machine that just randomly pays up and trolls players or something. It's one of those weird game myths, like the wild one of the wandering baby, I think it was.
Yes, I vaguely remember that creepypasta going around for a while in the early days.
It was early vanilla days, that one.
Yeah.
It was around, well, the way the story goes is, in between the human realm and the dwarven realm, you got a mist valley you have to run through.
Yes.
And in the mist there, you see basically a photorealistic baby of a human.
Yes.
Crawling around, and again, that was supposed to be like the daughter, like the baby of one of the devs' wives who miscarried while he was writing the game, and he inputted that baby in there to symbolise the loss he made making the game boat type of shit.
Yeah.
Now, there's been seen so much that even the devs went into the code to try and track it down, and there was nothing.
We had no evidence of it there.
We had like a million screenshots in. It's here, look, here it is. And even then, they couldn't identify the specific place that the screenshots taken from because
mist.
The mist, and there's no like actual features to it.
Yeah.
Not like any slight bit of terrain where you say that's terrain pixel 75 or something like that.
Yeah, it's just
which some numbers can do.
It's just grey.
Just grey mist all around the character and the fucking baby turn up. Like, but that started out that one because of the .hack franchise.
Yes.
Where the whole thing is like inside of an MMO you've got like background code going on where AIs are running amok and a guy implanting his daughter's mind into the fucking game. That started that whole kind of like crap in a lot of MMO games, to be honest, because Final Fantasy 11 had something similar on it. I think every MMO that's come out had something.
There's been
similar,
some kind of a creepypasta going on in it.
Yeah, about like a dead person actually existing in the game because some program them into it or something like that. No one's ever tracked them down 100%. Or
which, to be fair, it's becoming more and more of a terrifying prospect as time goes on, isn't it?
Yes.
Because it's becoming more and more doable as time goes by. Of like, like one-to-one, almost perfectly recreating a dead person's personality.
Yes.
The point where like there are websites for that now.
There is, yes.
There are websites where like you can talk to like almost perfect recreations of like fucking Isaac Newton and shit. Where it's like it's like bang on perfect like personality like we believe them to have had based on like stories about them and shit and like their writings and
stories,
like,
journal,
interviews they've been in and things like that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like,
given like how many
an AI one now for fucking Stephen Hawking. There's like if I remember, I think there was an article written about it where like I think like his brother-in-law or some shit like did it, like used it and like spoke about it and it's like
he also programmed his
it's fucking Stephen.
And he programmed like his 4D math thinking in there as well. Which,
and it's
and
like,
now it's still
it's like eerily fucking correct about like who Stephen Hawking was as a person and like apparently can get details correct about Stephen Hawking's life that like only people who knew Stephen Hawking would be able to get right.
And it's also like apparently can do like Stephen Hawking's calculations and coming out with new Stephen Hawking-esque theories. Which people say, well, they've actually created Stephen Hawking as an AI type thing.
Yeah.
It's causing a lot of stir thing that this is the very first true AI because Stephen
like
Hawking's brain.
Sentient AI, like.
Because Stephen Hawking's brain was A, emotionless and B, very computer-like towards the end of his life anyway. So there's a lot of controversy around that whole thing. But you can say you're right. Because things like ChatGPT, you can very easily recreate someone's personality.
Really easily. If you have enough like character data to work with, you can.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You can recreate fucking anyone with like a shit chatbot realistically.
And be honest, like the in a lot of war games, be honest, there's a lot of unused asset in the background, especially those being ported to console.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of like unused like lines of script and shit like don't do anything anymore, like because they're like left over from like a PC thing that like just isn't necessary, but they forgot to delete that one line and shit. And...
yeah, so it's very easy to I think now to like, insert a random bullshit into a game.
Basically like hide it behind a bit of dead code and call it a day, like.
And I would just flash up every now and again in a very specific circumstance which randomly happens like 0.001% of the chance.
Exactly, like it's not difficult to set that up anymore. Like
which
it's still don't get me wrong, it would still be difficult to program like to like an AI like into a video game to be like the perfect recreation of like your dead wife or something.
Yeah.
That's still a relatively complicated process. And like really, it wouldn't be difficult for someone who knows what they're doing to do it. The bit would be difficult, realistically, because of just the sheer amount of data you'd have to like hide.
Yeah.
Would be getting in the game without anyone fucking noticing.
Yeah, especially
because the download size for the game would almost overnight go from like, say, 20 gigabytes to like 45 gigabytes.
Yes.
Because like, despite what people might tell you, AI take up a lot of fucking room.
Probably what you think about this though, it is possible to do it, but if you're not, you just put it in like a fake update.
Even then,
because very few people actually when they look at the updates go, "Oh, well, 30 gig update, fair enough, I'll install it."
Oh yeah, like your
and they
player
don't
base,
check how much extra space that update either took in or took off.
Yeah, like I said, like your player base probably wouldn't notice.
The devs would, yes.
The rest of the dev team would notice.
They're paying attention.
Like before that shit even got released to the public, someone on that dev team is gonna spot that sudden spike and go, "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah.
And go digging, and find it, and. Let's be fair, there's no way you're reprogramming a perfect fucking copy of your dead wife, hiding it in the game, and then when someone finds it, not know exactly who in the fucking office recently lost their wife who looks and talks like that.
Well, you could probably
They're gonna know.
What you could probably do it is hide it deep in the source code.
And even then, like people are gonna notice that sudden spike. There's like the rest of the dev team will immediately notice that sudden uptick in space being taken up by that source code.
Yeah. So we've got
realistically, there is a way to do it. The way you would do it would be basically you would just have to set up a private server connection. And basically like set up a private server and have the actual code for the AI on the server, and then in the game itself basically program a spare port link.
This is a test server.
No, you wouldn't do it as a test server. What you do is you set up a port link, and rather than doing it the way the other port links would work of player connects to server via port link. Yeah. Is server connects to player via that port link. that way the player can be connected to the game server and your server at the same time. So as their basically as their data is being sent to the server and the server's sending the game data to them, your private server is also sending the AI's data in, alongside, like, not just alongside the program of like what the AI does, but also like the parameters for when it can trigger as well. That would be the only way you could hide it, because that would take up like 4 kilobytes.
No, what you do is,
and
like,
no one's gonna notice or really care.
All we can
about
do
4
is use a
kilobytes.
fractal and fractal it into the core. And use the core surrounding. That way it's broken that many bits, you won't be able to trace it properly, and then it won't reconstitute itself. So you put an update on top, then reconstitute itself in the update or the top.
Even then, like, especially like your senior dev team, they're gonna notice it, they're gonna figure it out, they're gonna catch it.
Now if you
Like a spare port, most of even your senior dev team is probably gonna see it, question it for a split second, and go, it's probably like one of the fucking the QA teams put that there as like just a quick port in to fucking do like live testing. I won't bother touching it. You know, like, whereas like Fractal Code, your senior dev team is gonna spot that and go, what the fuck? And like, again, your QA team is probably gonna see it and go, what the fuck? And they're both gonna look at it.
They would if they knew what the original code looked like.
But your senior dev team are gonna know, because they're probably the ones that built the original fucking like Frac code.
Yeah, but something like WoW, if you do it now, I don't think anyone alive knows what the original code looked like.
Yeah, a lot of the original dev team is still with Blizzard, actually.
Is it ever?
Yeah. Quite a lot of them still work there, actually. I think I would say it's like 40% of the original WoW team are still at Blizzard and still work on WoW.
Right, this gets worse as you drink it.
It really does. Bet you're regretting that rule now, aren't you?
I am. Worse though. It's fizzy. It was just flat.
No, it would be worse if it was flat.
Do you think? I think it
I
would be better with
genuinely
flat.
believe it would be worse if it was flat. The thing that's getting me through it is the next one's much nicer sounding. So I'm just gonna try to get it down so I can get the nice one in.
Yeah.
I am losing though.
I'm getting the chocolate now.
I'm willing to offer you a deal. I'm willing to offer you a deal. You have the rest of that.
I'm not finishing
No,
that.
you finish that, because
No.
I have an extra can compared to
I
you
don't
for
care.
one.
No
But,
chance.
No, hang on, let me finish. You finish that, and you lend me some filler tips. And I'll do absolutely nothing in return.
Yeah, no.
No? Okay.
I'll just I'm low push up yourself so I'm looking like a stick.
Oh shit, you actually are doing better than me, fuck. So I've got 2. I've got 2 sticks left.
I've got like 3, 4 in total. I'm going to the shop today.
Fuck. I was really banking on you having gone to the shop earlier there.
No. But I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll release you from that because it is horrible.
Thank you, because it's fucking vile. Don't even have. I'm gonna put it over there.
It's
It
like-
started off being aight, but like just the further down
The more you
get,
drink
the
it-
worse it gets.
the more you drink of it, it's like, oh god,
Like it becomes more and more
It's-
of a mission to get through it.
it's heavy. It's like keg heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's it again.
Like I have a similar issue with that as I do Guinness.
Yeah.
Of like, it's really heavy, and I'm not that big on the flavor. The difference is, I can drink a Guinness. I can get through a full Guinness without much problem, but I can't get through a second one without like a good couple drinks. in
I can
between.
drink about 2 or 3 Guinnesses and not feel bad. This is hitting my stomach like a brick.
Yeah. Like it is very heavy, and again, just the flavors. Just I'm not digging the flavor.
Feel that first thing at least wash my class out.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. I'll take that straight. As payment for the release, I'll wash your glass out. I realize this is actually my glass you're using.
Yeah, because there's a glass in your bedroom.
Oh, Oh, Mr. Vegas just fucked up big time. Oh. Bastard.
How did you manage that?
Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck.
He's dying, folks. Don't worry. He'll be back in a minute.
Oh.
I felt that in my knee. Are you alright now?
Oh.
It's one of those mean smells to the toe you hit the comedy.
Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Ah. Fuck. That was a table. Yeah, bastard.
You got a nice bruise on it.
Oh.
No, it's your knee, not a hole.
No, that was a noise, not a whore noise. And it's hard to fucking differentiate with my accent, but pay attention to the detailings.
Oh, there's one thing though. You're in a lot of pain. Right? The dog hasn't moved.
Correct.
I think I actually enjoy watching you suffer at this point.
Oh.
Although I can't see his face. Oh, you can see his side eye. So he's enjoying the show.
For anyone who's curious as to why that fucking hurt as bad as it did. A, I have hypermobility, and B, I dislocated my knee when I did that. That's why that took me a minute. I have one little... I'm probably going to sound like an absolute mutant here. You know how your kneecaps meant to be 2 bits?
No.
Yeah.
No.
You got like the first half and the second half and...
No.
Right, well... this is going to sound even worse then.
And you kept one piece.
Mine's free. So...
It's always held together with some cartilage.
Pretty much. There's a point about here on my knee where my finger is here. Where there's what I like to call a T-bone cut. Like a little crescent. So basically, there's like a curve here at my finger. And then just a break here. So about here down is part kneecap. Here up is kneecap. And then just in this little crescent is an extra bit of kneecap. That extra bit of kneecap likes to go on what we call adventures. Sometimes I wake up and it's just fucking over here somewhere or over there. What I just did there was I hit that exact part of my kneecap on the corner of the table.
Yeah.
And it fucked off.
They say, yeah, that's my kneecap there. If you feel it, it's one solid piece.
Yeah, no, mine's isn't. Mine's does feel like a solid piece. You can't really feel that crack anymore. It cuts it in half, but it does show up on X-rays.
No, it's what the kneecap's one solid piece. What means you broke your kneecap, and no one's told you. You kept walking as a separate out here
I
at the
probably
edges.
just not noticed at the time and assumed I dislocated it again.
Yeah.
Like, but no, that's been there since my first knee X-ray, which I got when I was I think 9.
Anyway, let's move on to the news. Because I'm going to give my stomach a chance to settle before we move on to the next drink. That was very heavy on my stomach. That stout. Another thing, did you hear about the American, the DoD trying to get rid of the A10? Because
Yes.
they were saying it was too old.
Yes, I did hear
The other tried to prove that the A10 was useless.
No, I did not.
They put it against the F-35.
Uh-huh.
Right, said the F-35 is a better platform, it's more modern, and all that, and it can replace do everything that the Warthog can do. Right?
The Warthog fucking destroyed it
Well,
in literally every test except the dogfight.
We don't know,
Uh-huh.
because they haven't released.
Oh yeah, in fairness, it's probably fucking very classified in fairness, but...
Well, no, because it was supposed to be a public test that the Senate put out to do. So the results should be out by now to the public.
I mean, from my experience, which
My
is granted
experience-
is limited using both vehicle platforms in simulations, the A10 should beat it out in everything but the dogfight, and even then, it only loses due to maneuverability issues.
Yeah, but you can still pilot, it can still win.
Oh yeah.
It will lose out because it doesn't have any heavy missiles.
But it doesn't need them realistically, because
No, 'cause it
it
wasn't
fires 13. It fires whole ass Pepsi cans as bullets.
Yes.
So like,
Five cans at high velocity at a target.
you know, like I'm willing to count that as just an unguided missile at that point.
Yeah.
You know, it's just an unguided missile that works via exploding before hitting the target.
The way they're generally working out, where a lot of like, the military people working out, like the commentary stuff is, they believe that the Warthog not only outperformed the F-35, it embarrassed the F-35 in its job.
It probably
Therefore, the base just has resources to before people forget what they were doing.
it probably would have, especially for like ground clearance jobs.
Yeah.
It probably embarrassed the shit out of the F-50.
I can't imagine the soldiers, the Marines saying, "Oh yeah, get rid of it." The probably said, "No, you get rid of it, I'll kill you."
I mean, yeah, because everyone loves the Warthog. It is.
Yeah.
Like the A-10 Warthog is beautiful.
The morale boosts people get like when they hear that.
You know, like that echoed beautifully.
Yeah.
It's weird being able to hear again, because I can pick up on these cool details I usually miss, like that echo happening. Like, it catches me now. It's great.
You know, and then
I will enjoy this for the next 2 weeks until I inevitably go fucking deaf again.
and then you see like the target you're firing doesn't vanish from the face of the earth.
Yes.
Brings little joy to soldiers' hearts.
Really, even civilians get a bit of joy from hearing that noise, like
Yeah,
the death buzz.
I was
Because
like,
I want to put out, I want to start a petition to rename the A-10 Warthog to the A-10 Bumblebee. Because it buzzes.
that's a buzzsaw.
It's a buzz of death.
I don't want like a buzzsaw or chainsaw.
Nah, we should call it the Bumblebee, because it sounds so sweet and innocent and happy, you know, like...
Probably where did they get the name Warthog for in the first place? Because Resident is the A-10 ground support vehicle. And that. So where the fuck did the Warthog come from? As his moniker.
Warthogs do ground support. Like, they're aggressive for their size, do devastating damage for their size, and they're fast for their size. That's the A-10 right there.
Well, fair,
Like...
like I say, like predators won't attack. Some of them might hurt it because it's not worth their time doing it.
Yes.
Herbivores just have what's called the Merc system, where you get close enough that's going to race you regardless of anything else.
Yes, well, if it's a dangerous herbivore, yes.
Right? Warthogs just don't care who you are.
Yes. They'll beat the shit out of you.
Tell me what would be an interesting fight of this century. Honey Badger versus Warthog.
Honey badger.
I don't know, they're close.
I know the answer, because believe it or not, it's happened. Not only has it happened in the wild before, scientists have made them fight before. Because science is,
As I said, but the military is like, always using attack dogs to help, like, clear out kill out like population areas.
Yes.
Just sending honey badgers in. One honey badger.
There's a small flaw with that plan. How are you getting a honey badger back?
You just put like a little detonator corner on its neck to blow it up.
You really think that's going to kill the honey badger gamer?
It's worth a shot.
Like, people have direct impacted honey badgers with fucking RPGs before and they've shrugged it.
Yeah.
I fuck you not, there is literally a video on WikiLeaks from a few years ago. Like, I think it was like an African guy just fucking basically point blank and bullseyes a fucking honey badger with an RPG round. And I think it lost a leg.
And still chase a guy down.
Yeah, I think it lost like its rear left leg and was just didn't really give a shit. And just fucking chased him down. You know, like, it bled like a motherfucker, like, reportedly died a couple hours later from the blood loss. But also, it didn't really give a shit.
If I'm dying, you'll come with me, boy.
I believe that was the thought process of that honey badger that day. You know, it was, I'm probably gonna die anyway, but you're coming too, bitch.
Let's go see St. Peter together.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure we still said they found a way to train the damn things.
No,
And
that's
just like,
right.
let's say you want to take over the territory, just airdrop them in.
Well, no, because you don't take over that territory. The honey badgers take over that territory. You're not getting in. The honey badgers will kill you when you approach.
Yeah, because let's say we with Bin Laden in the cave system. Just airdrop a few honey badgers in, the caves will be cleared in about a week.
Yeah, but you won't be able to get in to get any of the information.
That'd be fine.
Like, you know, any evidence that Bin Laden was actually there. There'd be honey badgers in the fucking way.
It'd be fine.
Forever.
They'll get bored and wander off somewhere.
No. You'd think that, wouldn't you? But nope. They are extremely territorial animals.
Stubborn little bastards.
Yeah, once they find a place they like, they stay there for many generations until they are forced out.
See, that's what Australia needs to do to get rid of some of the invasive species problem, is just to introduce honey badgers into the environment.
Only problem there, the honey badger would then become an invasive species.
Yeah, but that's pretty much on the nose for Australia at this point.
No, like, given Australia can't even fight a bunch of fucking emus, I think the honey badger would run humans out of Australia. That wouldn't necessarily be a fucking bad thing, granted, but still.
Yeah. I don't know, does it from California? That would save a lot of people a lot of problems.
No, because the honey badger would continue spreading up the entirety of America and, well, would run out of people. Because you know the Americans are too stubborn to give up on that war until they're all fucking dead.
If you imagine the war John Cartney for the movie Year 175 of the Great
Honey Badger
War.
invasion of 2025.
They've now started walking upright and attacking us in direct daylight now. My friend Steve was on the front lines. The horror of that claw came across his head. The little bastard.
I've heard rumours and tales from other battalions that some are even learning to use our weapons against us. Truly, these are dark times. Oh God, they found me. Found my wife.
As they Terminator 3,
literally the word written down. Just tell my wife
This is the opening of Terminator 2, so like the robots can put about to walk across the field like AR-16.
Just crushing human skulls with their paws. Shooting the already dead bodies of fallen soldiers to really make sure. They're like scaled down ARs as well, like to implicate the idea that honey badgers have figured out how to build their own guns.
And they held back
like a little mini gun plant set up in the woods.
You got the John Connor standing looking at the battlefield with binoculars and you see the one that started all standing there with like cut down its eye just
where like the skull of a honey badger is like a shoulder pauldron.
Yeah.
Fucking wielding a grenade launcher.
It's Zeus. He's the first one.
He's on the grenade launcher and like a Bowie knife. Just fucking let's dance, bitch. It's like that movie. I can never remember the name of the movie, but you know the movie where I think it's like Liam Neeson just fucking gets lost in like the snow.
Yeah.
And fucking like the end of the movie is him just like making knuckle dusters out of broken liquor bottles, and he fucking like the movie smash cuts to black, so he goes to fist fight a wolf. Because like this wolf's been stalking him the whole movie and killed his friend.
It's called Wilderness. Actually, it's called Wilderness, I think.
It's something stupid like that. But just the end of the movie is him just duct taping broken liquor bottles to his hand to make knuckle dusters to go fucking fight this wolf. He doesn't track down any of them. He specifically goes to fight this one wolf. In the final scene of the film, it's him with knuckle dusters made of broken liquor bottles and just a black wolf staring at him like, "What are you gonna do?"
They go Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers. When did you move here? Instead of Planet of the Ape, Planet of the Honey Badger.
Planet of the Honey Badger. That should be the new sequel. Like fucking the honey badger start rising up against the apes, the way the apes did the humans.
Yeah.
You know, the cycle continues. Planet of the Apes 9, the cycle continues. This time it's personal.
Honey, you shall reign.
Part 1.
Obviously, what apes look like, like airdrops of honey badgers coming in power trooper style.
Parachutes.
Ah!
They don't even got carrying guns, they've just got knives. Just parachuting in with one hand.
You know,
I'd watch that movie. I'd fucking watch that as well. That's the worst part. I'd genuinely go and see that. Like,
honey badgers reign supreme. We'll start in Africa. We'll end the world.
I'd watch it though. Like, it sounds alright though.
You can imagine
the Strongbow.
You can imagine one of them like old B movies, like the old 80 B movies that actually try to be brilliant. You know, they actually be fucking amazing once it came out, like Piranhas used to be.
Yeah, or again, Sharktopus.
Yeah, I remember Sharktopus as well.
God, Sharktopus was good. It's the only movie in the world where you get to see an alien mutant shark wearing a wristwatch.
No, even better one. Sharks have legs.
Sharks Have Legs is a good one. Or Attack of the Land Sharks, that's a really fucking good B movie actually. I really like that one. Anyway, so the drink I'm going to crack open here is a Strongbow strawberry cider, which sounds fucking delightful if I do say so myself. Yeah, go on, give me the bottle opener now. I can't be fucked printing. Use my Bic today. Oh, that's fucking gorgeous. Holy shit.
That reminds me very much like Monkey Blood.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh.
That reminds me very much of Monkey Blood. In a bottle with apple.
Oh, that's... Oh.
Much better than the freaking stout.
Oh, far better. Oh, that's delightful.
Probably I'm now worried for the fucking
The rhubarb custard.
custard.
You're scared of it now, aren't you? Fucking...
Given what happened to that one, yeah.
So you're understanding my concerns now. Like.
Mrs. Craft breweries, not everything deserves to be in a beer can.
Correct. Coffee's one of them.
Now, coffee liqueur is fucking nice.
I disagree. I only like coffee liqueur if it's in chocolate. Coffee chocolates, A, kill me, and B, are delicious.
What else do you have? We've got bodycam man playing soccer with a decapitated head.
Kinky.
Yoga teacher found dead after going on a blind date.
Right, wait, no, hold on. What the fuck does that say?
Where?
Hold on, let me just rub out my eyes, okay? Make sure nice and clear, right?
You know what you get cancelled Easter?
Now, hold on, let me just hover, right? Okay, so a single school has cancelled their Easter celebrations. Who gives a shit?
What's even worse about that though? The term Godsmacked is copyrighted
Correct, yes.
because of Most Critical and his comic series Godsmacked.
Yes. Like, because, I mean, fucking controversial opinion, right? Hot take, right? This may very well get me banned from Twitter, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I don't care.
Are you on Twitter?
No. I've not been on Twitter since Elon Musk bought it.
Are you on Bluebird?
No, because I have a life.
Tumblr?
No, because I have a life. I said I'm on Wattpad, so maybe I don't have a life after all, but still. Like, I have a Wattpad account. I have since I was 16. I still log in every week to, like, get my streak going. Yes, I'm that sad I care about my Wattpad streak. Fuck off. Now, Wattpad doesn't even track your streak for you. I've been manually tracking it because I'm sad. Anyway, controversial hot take opinion. I think education should be treated the same way the American state is treated. Education and religion should not occur in the same building, in my opinion.
Why not?
Don't get me wrong, the learning and education of religion, yes, that should happen in a school. The practice and preaching of religion, on the other hand, should not be occurring in an educational setting.
Preaching of I say, learning about religions, yes. Preaching of religions, no.
Yes, exactly.
Unless you're specifically a religious school.
Even I genuinely disagree with the concept of religious school.
I'm not against religious schools as a concept.
I am.
You know,
because the way I see it, right, is like religion and like religious practice is supposed to be, if you ask pretty much any church, it's supposed to be a very personal thing. It's supposed to be a very personal, spiritual kind of.
Yeah.
You know, it's a part of you, kind of a thing. Now, pretty much anything else that you would describe as like a personal thing, like a personal experience, wouldn't really do that in a public setting, surrounded by your peers, would you? Like,
I don't know, exhibitionists exist. Exhibitionists exist.
True, but they have like separate, dedicated areas that are technically public, but like you don't really go to them unless you're an exhibitionist. Like a nude beach, for example. You know, like homosexuality. You wouldn't go about in the street going, "Look at me, I'm gay!" 24/7. You go to a gay club and you can go, hello, I am a fellow homosexual.
You haven't been to Brighton,
Would you
have
like
you?
to have sex?
You haven't been to Brighton, have you?
No, I haven't. I like dodging Brighton because it's in Wales.
It's literally Brighton in Wales.
It is to me.
That's literally how Brighton is. Like, when you say, like, just running, I'm gay. That's pretty much what they do in Brighton.
Still, you know, like you still get my point though. You know, like
I can understand.
like-
I can understand the spirit of what you're trying to say.
yeah, it's the kind of thing of like religion to me should occur in the home or at church, and you know
Yeah.
the dedicated religious locations. You know, obviously, if church, say like you're Muslim, it should happen at the mosque, or if you're Jewish, at the synagogue, and so on and so forth for the other religions. You know, not necessarily it has to be a church. You know,
Where
like
your religion
any
practices.
building dedicated to your practice will do the job, and the home. You know, like for me, school is supposed to be the place where you learn shit. You know, like you learn how to do your maths and your sciences, and you fucking. Like you should be learning about the religions of here's what the Catholics believe and do, and here's what the Protestants believe and do, and here's your nearest Catholic church, nearest Protestant church if you want to go learn more about those things, and that's how that should be.
And this is Father John. Don't go and sit near him.
Yeah, it should be a case of here is a dedicated lesson every week of this is what the faiths believe in, this is their whole gist, here's where your nearest building of religious representation for that religion is located at. If you wish to learn about or get into that religion, go over there to do it.
Right. Let's see, because I've got a feeling this is less about Easter and more about Muslims for some reason.
It's GB News, that's why you think that.
Yeah.
Good evening to you. Thank you for your company. Hope you had a good day. I've been a journalist for 15 years and have been lucky enough to travel the world reporting on all sorts of stories, but I don't think I've ever been left quite as gobsmacked about a story as I have today, and it takes me a lot to get rattled. A primary school in England has reportedly scrapped Easter celebrations and services in order to respect other religions and diversity. They've cancelled Easter. But get this, they're still celebrating Refugee Week instead. Norwood Primary School in Eastleigh, Hampshire, sent a letter to parents and carers informing them that neither their Easter bonnet parade nor...
Pause a minute, 'cause I want to address that just instantly. Are you really trying to compare Easter, a religious holiday,
to National Day of Mourning.
to Immigration Day, which is a national event?
No, Refugee Week, which is one of those.
Refugee Week, sorry, that's the one, which is a national event.
It's a worldwide one actually now. It's a worldwide event that's been sponsored by the UN.
Okay, an international event then.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's a day of mourning and to respect, to remember the people that have sadly, unfortunately lost their lives trying to escape hells and horrors beyond mortal
And religious
comprehension.
persecution.
Yes. They're two very different events. One pretty much only exists because of the church. The other one exists because it actually fucking sorry, no, I'll rephrase that. The other one actually exists because allegedly it's more correct to, and is more likely to have occurred than the events that inspired the events of Easter.
The problem is though, what gets me is both Jewish and Muslim celebrate Easter.
Yes.
Right? As a sort of holiday thing, because
Yes, they have different reasons, but yes.
even Muslims say that Jesus was technically the Son of God,
Yes.
but he wasn't the prophet, therefore they still require Muhammad to interpret.
He was a prophet, but not the Messiah, is what the Muslims and Jews believe.
No, that's what Jewish believe. He was a prophet. He didn't fulfill the Messiah role. Whereas Muslims have come out saying, no, we believe he was Messiah, but because his words were too grand, you still need Muhammad's teachings to understand what he was saying. Hence why they still venerate Muhammad over
Which fair.
Jesus more.
Fair.
Which is a good
an
left
elegant
turn
solution, to be fair.
from the Muslims, to be honest.
Yeah, it's an elegant solution to the problem there.
Yeah. Because people say, why are you trying to take Jerusalem, which was the home of Jesus, away when... Yeah, Jerusalem was supposed to be the home of Jesus.
Jerusalem? No.
That's what they say.
Jesus was from Nazareth.
Yes, but he died in Jerusalem. Therefore, it's his spiritual home now.
No. That's not how that works at all.
That's what Catholics say. That's why they kept going for Jerusalem for.
In fact, man, the clue's in the fucking name. His name was Jesus of Nazareth.
Yes or no?
He was from Nazareth.
I know this.
Which... Sure, it's near Jerusalem.
About 150
I'll
miles.
say it's the same kind of near as we're near London, I suppose. You know, it's the same flavour of near, and that they're technically the same country. But, like, they're still very different places.
Yes.
That as well, if memory serves, I don't think he was crucified in Jerusalem.
He was. He was sentenced to death in Jerusalem and was crucified on the river.
I remember him being crucified on a hill.
A hill overlooking the river. Because remember the cave where we read it from?
I don't
Was a
remember
cave by the river.
being a hill near Jerusalem.
There's all hills in Jerusalem's built on a hill.
I remember it all being just flat and desert.
No, it's like literally built on top of a hill plateau. Then you got another rise where the Temple Mount is, where the Muslims pray, which is separate from.
I just remember it just being flat and desert.
No, a lot of the movies take that way, but it's actually up on a high plateau.
Huh. Who knew?
We got the West Bank, which everyone fights over,
Yeah.
which is the main residential area of Jerusalem,
Yeah.
of the walled city.
Why do you call it the walled city?
There's a bit of wall around it.
I'm pretty sure every city ever has had a wall around it at one point or another.
Some don't, but
Not anymore, but I think they all have at one point.
probably though, unlike in most cities where you have the castle with the wall and a bit of a bailey, which is a bit of a town, and then the town spread beyond the wall, Jerusalem's high city was built in the wall. There wasn't any like sprawl outward from the wall itself.
Yeah, London was like that for a while. There was a good 100 years where London had a surrounding wall.
Yes.
They took it down eventually because they kind of ran out of space inside the wall, but still.
Hence why London's outside London, Metropolitan London, which is
Metropolitan.
the London centre, which was the original walled city,
Yes.
which is in the M25 circle, because M25
Yes.
represents where the wall used to be.
I would say the M25 road is. So they basically just had it's like a 30-foot gap between buildings, so they just didn't have anything because a wall used to live there.
Yeah.
Anyway, fuck it, we can put a motorway there. We've got exactly enough room to put a motorway.
Well, no.
That's handy.
You know what they did was that we need a new parking lot, and then they built the M25.
Yeah.
You know, because let's be honest, nothing moves on there.
I always say, you spend most of your time on the M25 with the fucking parking brake engaged, to be fair, so.
Do you know what M25 reminds of? Right, is that Doctor Who? With the city underneath with the cars going around the motorway constantly?
Is it a constant traffic jam forever? Even worse, it's a flying traffic jam.
Of the
That
new
makes
New
it
York.
10
Was
times
it
worse?
It was the new New York.
Yeah. I think it was
Freeway.
New York.
Freeway.
In space.
Yeah. Which is a constant traffic jam going round.
So, I remember, I think it was a feeding chain for some alien being or some shit, and
One of those drug release caused a virus which wiped out the population, and the face of both sealed the motorway because it was the only place it could be sealed.
it was something like that. Now that the doctor said there's some evil alien living at the bottom of it or something.
Yeah, there's been Empire that feeds on smog.
It's something like that, yeah. It's been a long time since I saw the episodes. I'm working off very vague memory because it wasn't a very good episode, to be fair, but...
It was the second episode with the Black Lass in, with David Tennant. Martha Jones.
Martha, yeah.
It was
I
her.
always forget about Martha because she's in it for about 5 minutes.
It's her second episode. She's in Unit more times than enough after later on. Oddly enough.
You're right, she does turn back up with Unit later, yeah. I think she was often I think she turns up in Torchwood show a couple times as well. Which, to be fair, never sat down and watched that, but I've heard very good things.
Early Torchwood, good. Late Torchwood, don't bother. It's bullshit.
I think it's I've heard it kind of falls apart when Jack stops turning up.
Jack doesn't exactly have to turn up. Is half the characters die in the fourth season.
Yeah.
So then start making, well, we're not going to make a full Torchwood series where they replace characters with they normally would do. It's going to have more 6 episode movie episode type shorts. Where you've got aliens come trying to abduct most of the humans, and the government says, well, we'll send them all the poor kids because.
It's well, the doctor's busy, so Torchwood.
Well, no, the government goes against Torchwood because Torchwood tries to stop the aliens, and the government goes, well, we've got poor kids, let's reduce the population a bit and send poor kids that way.
Let's just give them the orphans. Fuck it.
Yeah, orphans, the yobbos, the ones that live on council estates.
Fucking random orphans, go.
Then
Right, you know the meme of like the fucking, I think it's Midnight going random
bullshit go, yeah.
I want a version of that meme, but I want it photoshopped so it's like fucking, you know the woman that plays like the like the person that runs the orphanage in Annie,
Yeah.
like the film version, like the original film version of Annie with like the very tall black man.
Yeah.
I want like a Photoshop of her face over Midnight, just saying random orphans go. Just throwing like
Small children.
throwing children like cardboard cutouts like Annie, like in a star pose position. Just oh fuck! I fucking want
The Annie rang. That sounds so wrong.
the cigarette rang.
Nor their Easter service would be held this year. The letter explained that this was because of the state school's, quote, respect for diversity. It said, by not holding specific religious celebrations, we aim to create a more inclusive atmosphere that honours and respects the beliefs of all our children and their families. It went on.
Good.
We understand that this change may be disappointing for some, especially those who have cherished these traditions over the years.
Do it at
However,
home, then.
we believe that this decision aligns with our values of inclusivity and respect for diversity. We are exploring alternative ways to celebrate the season in future years that will be inclusive of all the children and reflect the rich cultural diversity of our community.
Yeah, easy way of doing it. Right? Instead of doing the religious bullshit of Jesus Christ rising from the dead,
Yeah,
just do what Roman do. The fucking Easter bunny.
yeah, just like the Easter, like fuck it, you don't even need the Easter bit. Just do the egg hunt. Just be
Yeah.
like if the kids have questions, you'd be like, yeah, it's just a fun thing we do once a year. Just it's a fun little game we do as a treat because you've all been really well
Because of
behaved all
religious
year.
purposes, I never liked the turn function of the egg to the rise of Jesus, unless...
But the egg's supposed to represent the boulder, which is why you roll it down a hill.
No! You know, even the Easter bunny, because of the Easter bunny, where, like, I found shit eggs everywhere. Like, what the
Oh yeah,
fuck?
the Easter bunny, I agree with you, makes no fucking sense whatsoever. But the egg is supposed to represent the boulder.
Well, no,
from
this one represents the idea of... because rabbits appear more in spring,
Yeah, I disagree.
because there's shaggy children in existence. It's supposed to represent new birth and same with lambs and stuff.
Still, I sincerely disagree. Given, Easter when it was originally conceived didn't happen in the fucking spring, I disagree.
Yeah, it happened in summer. But,
Correct, because
timelines.
Jesus' resurrection actually happened in the summer. Because it was... The original version of Easter was supposed to be 2 months before Jesus' birthday. That's why
Yes.
he ascends 2 months after he comes back, because he ascends on his next
And
birthday.
Jesus' birthday in fucking July,
Correct.
not fucking December.
Yeah.
And he was 3 years old when the wise man turned up.
Yes.
Because he got lost.
Correct.
A lot.
Yes.
Not many wise men, are they?
They really were. That was always a joke I used to make, like even like when I was a kid, like young at school, like when we were like doing the nativities and that, like just as like a chuckle while we were practicing nativity, I'd just be like, it says there were 3 wise men. They can't be that wise though, can they? And teachers would be like, why? Like why Vegas? What makes you say that? And it's like, well, all they had to do was walk in a straight line towards a great big light in the sky, right? Yeah. They got lost like 3 times.
Yes.
Like, they stopped to ask directions off a shepherd who says, fucking that way, despite there being a big bloody light in the sky. They get lost again so badly they end up at the front door of the only guy who wants the baby dead.
Yeah, King James.
And then they get lost again after somehow escaping that fucking scenario. They get lost again, despite just having to walk fucking that way, and end up having to ask directions off another fucking guy.
What's even worse though?
Who tells them the same thing as the last 2 of that way?
What's even worse?
Walk straight.
What's even worse about this? Right? The star that proved was Polaris, the North Star.
Yes,
Yep, they were heading from west to east.
correct.
So if they were from Polaris, they've ended up fucking north.
Yes, they would have wound up in like
Russia.
India-ish.
Russia, by this point.
Yeah, Russia and or India.
Because they're originally supposed to be coming from Georgia.
Yes.
And,
No.
Yes.
Never eat. No, because Georgia's in the west, because it went east to west.
They didn't go from west to east.
Did they? I remember it being east to west.
No, because they followed the star east.
Because the way I always interpreted the 3 wise men story is they were actually coming from sort of like the east. So, like they were coming from like I always took it as they're coming from like China or something, and that's why they were bringing such exotic shit as like frankincense and myrrh, and because like who the fuck gives a baby frankincense or myrrh? More importantly, what the fuck is myrrh?
What's one there? In the British cauldron?
Cool. Never
Probably
experienced
though, frankincense and myrrh Or 2 incense used for burial.
Yeah, which, like, who the fuck gives that to a baby? You know, the gold makes sense, right? Fucking anyone who's had kids before will tell you, being a new parent's fucking expensive, right? The gold was a good shout. The frankincense and the fucking myrrh, on the other hand, pointless.
You're right, given the east.
Yeah, I've always remembered it as they came from the east going to the west. I've always taken it as they came from, like, again, like maybe China or something. And
traditional scholars speculate they came from Persia, Arabia, and India.
Or India.
Or even India. Some suggest the astrological scholars from the east possibly connected to the Zoroastrianism of Eastern tradition. The gift brought gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Also led speculation of their origins, with suggesting they were from a religious known as these resources.
Regions known for these resources.
Yeah. There's a religion called Magi, which is Eastern traditional, like in Arabian, that for like wizard or mage.
Yes.
And that usually means Magi, for they refer to is, bullshit not people, is a man who's made a contract with a genie.
Yes. Unless, because I tell you why I suddenly I'm starting to think this, because it's occurred to me all 3 of those things can be found in this country, and the term magi is used a lot more commonly in this country.
Yes.
Egypt.
Egypt's to the west, though.
No, east. Never eat shredded wheat. You're going from like Jerusalem, Bethlehem. It's east.
It's not west.
No.
That's southwest, actually.
No, it's east.
It's not.
It is. Because we're to the west of
We're west,
Israel.
yes. Hang on. I already went on music.
No, so just put them in the window and just like maps.
Images. I didn't want that. I'll do
It's
that.
fine. Just do like Google Map and like just pull it out.
Right. Is Israel?
Yeah, we're west.
We're west. Is Israel?
Egypt's.
Egypt.
Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah, fair enough. I'll give you it.
Yeah. So where they're talking about is coming from Iran, Afghanistan area where they're supposedly from.
To be fair, given they got lost a few times, to be fair, they could have come fucking west, got a bit of sidetracked and came back in from the east. That could have happened.
Because like Saudi Arabia would be the like north eastern, which would make sense from Polaris. But after something like Baghdad, Iran is technically where they came from. Because the whole region is known as like with the Magi.
Even Bahrain? The Bahrain region would kind of work.
I think that's as far back as we get Turkestan,
Tajikistan and Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, where they're just taking the fucking pish.
Because the 3 wise men came and all 3 of them were different coloured turbans. One wore white, one wore gold and blue, and one wore red and green.
Yes, that sounds about correct.
And one had a fez in the middle of it, which means they were looking at like this type of area for fezzes.
Yeah.
Back in them days. You know, Mustard.
Although to be fair, there were fez-like hats in again like regions like Syria and Iraq around the time. Because those were still being, I can't remember the proper, because they're not technically called a fez, but there's a hat very similar to the fez in that region. It was still being used right up till I think the late 14th century. It was still being used. It was more commonly like a merchant's hat, but it's still some sort of like wealthy and religious people would like wear them as like their
it's still
civilian attire.
It was one of those ones as a hat like the religious merchants was like a sign of being part of the Merchants Guild.
Yeah, it was like traditional like you would either like a very wealthy merchant or you were a member of the Merchants Guild, you'd wear one, and I think the colour dictated which of the two you were.
Yeah, you're thinking of Constantinople. That was quite common in.
As it was very common in, again, Constantinople, modern day Syria's region. It was very common. Armenia, Azerbaijan, all those kind of regions wore the same flavour of hat.
Yeah, cause I think it was originally called the sea hat, or the hat of the 3 seas. Because coming in the Black Sea, Red Sea, and the Gold Sea.
Possibly.
Which no longer exists anymore.
I can never remember the name of it.
I can't either.
I'm only.
I know what you're on about.
I'm only passingly aware of it because I've been doing a lot of research into like the 13th century recently.
Yeah.
Just because I'm making like my chainmail and shit, and I'm looking for like more like interesting like little medieval style like crafting hobbies to get into. Of like like leather working, like chainmail, like basically like things like that. And I can do is like costume pieces.
Speaking of medieval stuff,
So I've been like looking a little bit into like medieval tailoring.
because
And
I got a phone call from my sister in a panic today.
Okay.
The government has issued a new law.
Which government?
Our government.
Yeah, like the English one or the Scottish one?
Both.
Okay. So it was done by the English government.
Yeah. Basically, they're banning another weapon from our hands.
Okay.
Because one kid got stabbed by it.
Uh-huh.
Guess which one?
Tell me.
The ninja sword. And that doesn't exist.
Correct. There is no such weapon.
But they were classifying as, right, a blade between 14 and 26 inches
Mm-hmm.
with a single straight edge
Right.
and a tanto-style tip.
There's literally no such weapon.
There is technically a weapon in the Japanese arsenal called the Trento, which was what people commonly think as the ninja sword, because it basically is a short, single-edged blade that was made before the curved samurai sword.
Right.
And it was, because it was short, it was generally the thing that ninjas used because it was easy to put in the back and stab
Makes sense, I guess.
type of thing with it. And that. But that's essentially what they've put out. As it gets banned from the 1st of August. And the government's going to do a buyback around July. If anyone wants to hand them in.
Cool.
Because she thought I had one. I was like, no, I've got a curved katana, but I don't have. Because she was planning, ban all swords, ban all sword guns.
No.
They won't ban all
They
swords
don't have the balls.
to do that.
Scotland would literally riot.
So I looked into it, like, ninja swords, like, it's very vague what they've done on purpose to try and, like,
Try and catch cunts out.
and catch a lot of people in, because everyone caught 1st of August is almost 6 months.
Right.
And then after a year after that, it's straight 2 years. I've just been owning one. But they also included the little 20 bastards, because they've basically grandfathered any of these swords have to be handed in, including handmade varieties,
Ooh.
which are going to knock off a lot of fantasy replicas as well.
That is. I really wish our government would just kind of fuck off.
It's all because one kid got killed and the parents pushed it for the bank, saying because it's too easy for get stuff up. Now, I'll say we should do what they're doing.
That part I agree with. Like, yeah, it is way too easy to get your hands on
Now,
dangerous fucking blades when you're a teenager.
I'd say they should do what they did with the Japanese sword, like I've got. Is curved swords were banned up to 50 inches.
Yes.
Unless they were full tan,
Yes.
full bladed versions used for training or reenactment purposes.
Yes.
Because I train, I'm allowed to own one.
Yes.
And mine again is, you've seen it, you played with it. It's a full tan, full on combat ready blade, which gets past the law, because what the law we made targeting was these cheap, like £50 market stall, mild steel knockoff bullshit.
Do you know what I'd do to like just like really crack down on the problem, just like across the board, right? Step one, I'd remove all the restrictions, right? You want a blade, no matter what the blade is, you can fucking have one, right? Go for it, right? Wear them on your hip in public if you like. I don't give a shit, right? Here's how we solve the problem, all right? Like, obviously, we put a minimum age restriction, right? Not allowed to purchase one unless you're 18 or older.
Which is general rule now.
Yeah, it's a general rule, right? The problem is that's been a rule for a long time,
Yes.
right? That's probably the thing people will point out about that, right?
Since the 60s, I believe it was.
Yes. The issue is, however, is the consequences of selling a blade to someone who's under the age of 18, knowingly or not, right? Just if you do it, right? You genuinely get a lower fine and less time in jail than if you sell a 17-year-old a pint of lager. Like, if me as a bartender, right? If I had a personal license, I was working a bar, busy shift, right? Guy comes up to the bar, right? I look at him. To me, he looks about 26, 27 years old. So I serve him a pint, sell him it, and he turns out to be 17. I lose my license, right? I get I believe it is a 3-month suspension from working behind a bar. This is in Scotland. 3-month
Alright.
suspension. £250 fine to be paid personally. A £2,000 fine for the bar itself. And I have a chance of losing my job. And if it's not my first offence, I can do up to 6 months in prison.
Down here, you've got like 3 strike before you pay a fine.
Oh no, in Scotland, first when you're done.
And
That's
the bartender does not pay a personal fine, it's the license holder, which is like the manager or the owner of the pub, have to pay the fine.
In Scotland, if you're working behind the bar pulling pints, you're supposed to either have a license or have someone who is licensed on premises.
Yeah, that's usually the manager generally one shift or something like that.
Now, that's a situation of I'm a licensed bar worker, right? If I'm like a shopkeeper in just a regular shop, right, and I sell a 17-year-old a kitchen knife,
Yeah.
go ahead and guess what the punishment is in Scotland for that.
What's that?
£100 fine.
Fair enough.
That's it. You get fined £100. You will genuinely be fined more and be in more trouble if you give a 17-year-old a pint.
See, the problem is, though, I know for a fact I could buy at 14. I could buy knives.
No, in Scotland, the minimum you can get away with it is 16.
See, because there's a loophole in the
And
law.
even then, it's only certain knives you can get at 16.
There's a loophole in the law because I was doing a vocational course and being a chef. I was allowed to purchase them.
In Scotland, you're not. In Scotland, the college has to provide you knives for occupational work until you turn 16. And then you're allowed to purchase one for vocational training purposes.
So the time I actually started college prop because I was doing it at school, I had a full set of different weird knives I collected for chef purposes, like butcher's knives, long knives. Even a machete, which I turned into a butcher's knife.
Now there is a workaround with the Scottish blade laws for like owning a blade younger than 16.
For historical reasons, isn't it? And religious reasons.
Religious reasons does work. That's not the particular workaround I'm thinking of, because you still can't purchase one for yourself with religious reasonings. That's just one to own one under the age of 16. In Scotland, however, essentially, if a parent or guardian purchases a blade for you on your behalf,
Yeah.
that's above board. You're allowed to own it so long as someone else bought it on your behalf.
See, now I'll get around the law, right? So this is
Unless they bought it on your behalf, knowing, like, with the knowledge that you were going to use it for an illegal purpose, such as to stab
see to
someone.
me like same with airsoft stuff. If you're buying an item for, like, say, decorative purposes, like mouse blades that are for
Yes.
decorative purposes, right? They can't be made of metal. They can't be like polymer or something like that, or wood. Because again, if you just hang on a wall, who gives a shit what it's made out of?
Yes.
If you need to buy purchase a full metal one,
Yes.
you have to go to a proper bladesmith, and each blade has to be serial coded. For the blade to be serial coded, have it in a ledger, marked next to your photo ID
Yes.
of who purchased it.
Do you want to make even more sense? Across the board, all blades, no matter what it's made out of, you need a license. Make it like the UCARA cards. Do a blade version of a UCARA card,
Yeah,
20 quid a year.
that was
You pay
probably,
20 quid, you got a photo ID that says I'm allowed to own a fucking knife or a sword or whatever you want. It's got, you name it shit, and it's got a little number. They run it through a database. Whenever you buy a blade, you have to provide that card. They basically, when you buy the blade, they put your card number in,
yeah.
and that sends that information of your information and the weapon you've just purchased, and that goes straight into a government database. Then, at any time, the police can, if they have to, can check that ID, run that number through their police computer in their car, and it'll pull up every weapon you've ever purchased
Oh God, come on.
in terms of knives.
Just imagine my list.
Well, in terms of blades.
And just imagine my list. There'd be like 17 different versions of axes, blades, sabers.
And I wouldn't put axes on it because like axes are just like a utility tool, to be fair.
That's probably got me distinction between like a blade of like what is a tool and what is a weapon. What is a purely a weapon item.
Yes.
Because a lot of like knives, like my Bowie knife.
That's like pretty much all knives. I'd have it like, okay, you need the license for a knife. Axes, like
Because my Bowie knife, it technically is a tool, but I can easily use it as a weapon as well. But essentially it's really designed as a camp tool, like a working tool, a camping tool type thing.
You know what I mean? Because that's how I always got away with carrying knives. Like when I was in Scotland, was like once I turned like 16, 17, I pretty much only ever carried a knife if I was like going fishing.
Yeah.
Because it was like I'd have it in my tackle box in a sheath, like out of my way and everything. Like if I was on my way fishing and got stopped like by police, it was in the box. It wasn't a problem. If they did that bad, I'd always say, yeah, I've got a knife on me. It's in my tackle box. I'm going fishing. Over there. And like I think I had 2 officers over 4 years asked to see it. And like every time, like quite happily, put the box down, pop it, open the box. I'd step back and just go, right, it's on that shelf. Watch your handle because there's some hooks on that, like that bit. Because I kept it next to some hooks. because, you know, I like to live a little dangerous. You know, and they'd always, you know, quite happily, yeah, quite the thing, I'd go ahead and take it out for us, right? I'd take it out, pop out of the sheath, and I'd hand it to them, and just like, there you go, have that, and yeah, they'd look at it, yeah, not a problem, there you go, thank you, put it back in the sheath, tie the knot back on it, put it back in the box, done.
See, I was kind of,
Never had a problem.
I mean, I carry it like from my hip a lot of the time. I still do now and again.
I'd only have like carry it on my hip if I was actively had line out, like I was like redoing like my bait and shit, and I'd have it on my hip just for ease of access, or like have it in my mouth in the sheath, just fucking while I did a knot or something, or like I had bait and line out in the water, and like I'd had the knife out earlier when I was rebaiting and shit, and just couldn't be fucked putting it back. I'd just tie it to my belt and just like let it dangle while I fished, which. I think once I had an officer have a problem with that, but like once I explained, like, look, that rod over, that's my rod there, like I'm fishing, you know, I just couldn't be bothered putting it back, like after I'd finished rebaiting and stuff, I just tied it to my hip, I didn't realise that wasn't allowed, and he was like, no, like, sorry, that's, I misunderstood, I didn't realise that was your, because I was at a, like a, not like a fish farm, it's like a public park where like there's a lot of people go to fish. And like a lot of people in that area have a habit of like they put their line out and then like they'll fuck off to go do something and come back.
I don't do it is like I carry like here's my carry knife, which is this one.
I don't have mine anymore. I lost mine when I was in rehab. They confiscated it because you're not allowed weapons in the rehab, and they lost it. And I was so pissed off. So it was like my everyday carry, and it was my religious knife. I was so fucking annoyed.
It's my everyday carry, which because how it all works out here is if you carry a knife, a lot of have a reason to carry it. Now, my reason for carrying it is. If you turn knife, I use it for like, you know, get by an apple and we'll eat the apple with, or cut on boxes of bags, that type of stuff. I always have one with just in case. Yeah. Which is a perfectly valid reason to have one. Yeah. The main rule behind it is, it can't be a lock blade. It has to be a full length tang, with a blade bigger than 2.5 inches, but shorter than 4 inches.
Yes, I think mine was like 3.5.
And that doesn't include handle in that one. Just includes the blade length.
I think mine was like 3.5, because mine was like a modified steak knife.
Now there's a problem with the Ninja Sword law. It is only counting blade length, not total length of weapon. Yes. Right? Because they've been trying to be clever, like blade manufacturer we do. If you go for like blade size when we're manufacturing something, because handles fit suit the user. Whereas officially for like side weapon sizing, it goes with the total length of the blade. Like a standard broadsword is 41 inches, but it's like 31 inches of blade. Yes. And 10 inches of handle. Yes. You know what I mean?
Which I put like a 50-inch blade would be fucking massive.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't realise that because
like now you said that, like, yeah, that would be fucking. I didn't even clock that at first, but now you point out that would be fucking ridiculous.
Because I think my total katana I have is 51 inches including handle. Yeah. And it's a 32-inch blade.
Yeah, like a 50-inch blade would be fucking ridiculous.
That's pretty much Claymore. That's pretty much like mostly Claymore size. Because Claymore's about 60 to 70 inches.
I think the smallest Claymore I've ever seen was like 57 inches. Yeah. Of pure blade.
And they got the handle.
And that was a small one.
Like the handle like another 20 inches on top of that on the handle.
That one only had a 14-inch handle. It was designed for like a fairly small guy. But a lot of people
sell and describe weaponry, they describe the full length of the weapon. Yeah. Not the blade length. Right? Now that's where the police are going to be a bit sticky with this.
Yeah, that's where they're going to be. There's going to be a lot of arguments, I think.
Because they've got 14 to 23 to 21 inches. Now you know yourself, a sax tend to have a reverse tanto point. Yes. But that average blade for sax is 14 inches.
It's about that, yeah.
Same with the Drake.
Yes.
You know?
Like, at this point, I just wish the government would genuinely just fuck off.
That's the problem.
Like, I'm so sick of this shit.
Like the zombie blades. You know, the
zombie blades fucked me off so much.
Was it? There was a blade. I think was like between 7 and 18 inches. Yes. With a bellied middle. Yes. And large wraith on the back. Yes. And powder coated. Yes. It was claimed as. Yes. That pissed a lot of people off. Like, especially people like me in a camp with campers and that. Yes. Have a thick belly blade. We use a lot for like chopping down trees and that sort of stuff.
That's like 80% of fucking bush knives.
And a large wax rating, you know, give it a saw through a branch. And a powder coating protects your blades, so you don't have to keep oiling every fucking 5 minutes.
See, the reason like the zombie blade law fucks me off in particular, and it's such a stupid reason to be annoyed. Because of that law, they had to legally define what a zombie was.
Yes. which I do love as well.
I know, I fucking hate that there is now a legal definition in this country of what does and doesn't count as a zombie. Because under the current legal definition of a zombie, vampires are zombies, and that will never not fucking annoy me.
Yes, but what is even worse though for me is
because they are different.
Is the government had to then admit they spent 10 million on creating the Z files.
Yes.
Which are enough people believe me it exists.
With America and both America, Britain, and I believe Australia have
a plan how to deal with a zombie outbreak. Mm-hmm. They are officially there. And what's worse is the game Dead Island, the first one, got sued by the 3 governments for revealing state secrets.
By accident, I'd like to.
Because some of the modifications of the weapons they make in that game are what's in the C files for possible modifications civilians can make to deal with zombies easier.
Yes. It's almost like there's only so many ways you can modify a fucking baseball bat. Because the American government tried to sue Fallout 4 for the same thing. Because there's one particular modification in Fallout 4. Right, I think it's called the heated coil baseball bat.
Yes.
Where you wrap like, I think it's like copper piping around like your baseball bat with like a battery.
It was copper. You put a metal plate on.
I mean, it's either copper wire or like copper pipe.
Then you wrap
it in like a battery and just wire it in.
You wrap copper wire around, and you basically create a short. Just heat up the coil.
Yes.
To give you basically added flare damage to your weaponry.
Like the US government tried to sue Bethesda and Fallout 4 for that modification in the game because that's in their Z file. And they won. Bethesda only won the case because their lawyer argued, and I fucking quote, "In all fairness to my client, there's only so many things you can do to a baseball bat to make it still a weapon before it becomes, and I quote, useless." Keep in mind, in the very same game, you can attach a fucking rocket engine to a baseball bat to make an, and I quote, rocket-powered super bat.
Yes. Now,
this bat's made of oak, for the record.
What the British tried to do was called the hot rod.
Yes.
Which is essentially a machete. Did the same trick. We tied a coil around it, heated the coil up, the other blades, and attached acetylene.
Yes.
Funnel to give extra flame damage.
There's one problem with that. The coil would genuinely prevent the blade from cutting, which would make it no longer a blade and now a blunt object.
Yes.
Making it less than fucking useless.
The way they did it on the way the government did it is, you would weld another blade to the top, basically a double edged as your machete.
Right.
You then drill a hole in the blade where you welded to. You wrap the core on the centre of it, thus then reading the heat along the blade.
Do you know what would be easier?
But what the actual bladesmith, when they tried to still point out, that wouldn't work. Yes, it would. No, because now you just technically induction heated your blade to the point where you've now just ruined the hardness of your weapon.
Yes.
Therefore, it's now fucking useless.
Yes. Do you know what would be easier and more effective? Take the machete, drill holes along the spine, wrap the coil through the holes, heat the coil. Now you have a cutting weapon, and then you can flip it round and use the back as a burning blunt weapon.
No, it would be easier though. It's a Tesla mod.
A Tesla mod would work easier, yes. Because it would be even easier. I've skipped the copper and just attached the fucking electric points to send live electricity through it.
Yeah, because then you put like nail stroke, which still gives you a crimp blade and a spiky bit as well.
Yes. Plus, and no matter which one you use as a weapon, you're going to electrocute the shit out of it.
Plus, another thing is, as we know, zombies basically run off a nervous system.
Yes.
Electric shock to the nervous system will kill it.
Yes, a very high voltage electric shock would kill it outright.
Whereas flames, it's on fire, it's not going to stop.
You're just going to piss it off, realistically. Speaking of pissing things off, I've been playing Fallout New Vegas earlier today.
Yes.
I got bit by the bug. I decided to go back and play a bit of New Vegas earlier today. Because I checked my Steam yesterday, last night, sorry, when I was reinstalling New Vegas. Because I was curious, like, when was the last time I played? Go ahead and guess when the last time before today I played New Vegas was.
I'm guessing before you moved down here.
Oh yeah, by quite a stretch.
And the last time I heard you play was the first time we saw this podcast.
Last time I played Fallout New Vegas, right? Brace yourself. October 5th, 2023.
Now,
I cried a little bit inside.
Don't worry, I cried when I tried to work out how.
It feels like a month ago. I was
trying to work out how long I've lived in this house. right? It's been about 4 years apparently.
Yeah.
Right now, I've tried to trace it back, and has it been that long since I've lived in this house?
Yes.
I was thinking it has because we started the podcast.
Yeah, you. I think it was a year before we started this podcast. Because I think we'd known each other about a year and a half.
Yeah.
Before we
So I moved in here. I
podcast.
moved in here in April, and I moved in there when I met you.
No, because I knew you when you still lived at your last place.
At the flat.
Yeah.
Yes. So I met you.
When we first met, you were still living at the flat, and
Because I think we started the podcast when we've known about each other about a year. So we
I
started
think
the
it was
podcast.
a little over a year. I think it was like a year and 3-4 months when we started doing this.
I don't think so. 'Cause I think
I think so. Like I said, I remember when you moved because you were offline for a couple of weeks for it.
yeah, because I had to move up. I had to move
You
to
had
the
to move
flat.
all your shit, and you had to like swap your Wi-Fi and everything. Like,
Yeah, which is bastard.
Like you weren't on for like a good 2 weeks or so, and I had to deal with Ant on my own, and I nearly fucking killed him about 4 times.
That's what made you do that fucking the disruptor missions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That one everybody hates doing now because it's such a dull
Such a fucking bastard.
grind to get the weapons.
Yeah. Weapons that you replace like less than 6 hours later.
Yeah, once you start getting the
Which
fleet
begs
stuff.
the question, what's the fucking point? Why don't I just stick with the shitter weapons and grind out the resources to upgrade to the weapons and skip a whole
'Cause the
step?
point-
That seems easier.
The point of the weapons was when we were doing that build, right? Ant wanted to build. DJ wanted to build that was basically everyone without any spending resources to get their hands on. So instead of spending like dilithium or anything like that.
Right, but part of the build is you have to upgrade to those fleet weapons later down the line anyway.
Yes, but that being part of fleet, wanted basically a one-stop all kill build that could take on fleets that were trying to fleece people with a fleet mod. Because back then, when we were making that build up, a lot of fleets were basically charging people like £5 actual money for like an hour at the fleet store to try and buy some stuff,
Yeah.
which was just
I
absolute.
remember those days, to be fair. Even PC had a problem for that for a while.
Yeah, so we're trying to build a build that would basically kibosh that. The problem is though, when I started playing with Ant, with DJ, sorry, is DJ hadn't unlocked all the reputation builds. I did that in 6 months.
Valid.
So I started going through all the repetition items and just found shit there's better shit here than grind out for weapons to do that. And that's where the builds start developing into like the reputation builds more than the fleet builds.
Yeah. Which
And
is fair.
There's some good items
But
on
again,
like,
if I'm having to do all of that grind, for like I'm having to spend like 30 hours grinding all this really good equipment out,
yeah.
and after like maybe 6 hours of using it, I have to upgrade to fleet equipment.
Which is why I started telling
Literally, what was the point of wasting those 30 hours grinding for only that equipment and none of the upgrade resources, when I could have just skipped that 30-hour process and done the 10-hour grind for the upgrade resources and then done the upgrade.
That's okay. That's what that was. I argued with like, I always ground out the. I didn't bother. I got the prolonged set, which you can reclaim once you get by it once.
Yes.
You need to reclaim that, which is a good item. And then I just ground out in the what do you call these? The single player daily missions type thing, not the
Yeah.
actual things. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you mean. Yeah.
I ground out those, got to level 60, and in there,
Yes.
well, sorry, level 50 wasn't it?
I think it was level 50. Yeah.
Ground out to level 50 in there, then basically use all the token got from there to max out my reputations quickly, and then just boost straight from reputations straight into the ship
Yes.
without worrying about going to start grinding out all of the crap that I don't need because the weapons that tend to scale up with as you go through anyway, and then I just basically
It's like the one of the arguments I ended up having with DJ at one point was again it's like like doing the missions like the first time round, right? Just to like get the missions out of the way so you get like those early level ups, right?
yeah.
Get yourself up to like the level 50-60 mark. That bit fully understood, right? Understand why we're doing this. This makes sense. Now I have to go back and do certain missions like fucking 3 times each. For some of them it was like 6 times. I've got to replay the same fucking mission.
That was a strict mission to get the fucking weaponry.
Yeah, to get like these particular weapon modules, these engine mods, all this
Yeah.
shit. Then I get to use these for 10 whole hours while I grind up dilithium and fleet credits and then I replace all of it with fleet equipment.
Yeah.
Why? Why am I doing that like fucking 6-day grind, getting that equipment to use it for 10 hours, when I could just, because like really even after like I've done that grind, I've got all that equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Every time we do like the resource gathering missions, I'm basically tickling the bad guys, because you're all like level 60 with way higher fucking equipment than I do.
Yeah.
So all of the enemies are skilled to you fucking idiots.
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing all the damage. I'm basically here for moral support until I do that upgrade to the fleet equipment. Would it not make more sense, for the sake of like 10k damage, for us to skip me wasting 3 fucking days? I just come on the missions anyway.
Yeah.
Kind of
Task Force. That was missions. Task Force
the
missions.
TFOs. Kind of irritate the enemy while you kill it, thus gaining the resources I need to just go straight to the fleet equipment. Given we both already know what fleet equipment I'm going to need because you've writ it down for me already.
Yes.
Like, why have we got people wasting like fucking 6 days grinding the same fucking 7 missions back to back to then come play for 10 hours to then go upgrade all the shit again?
What's about you had to grind that, and they made me like follow people around to carry them through those missions.
Yeah.
To grind them out faster. It's like, I hate these missions. I hate these missions.
Yeah, everyone hates those missions, in fairness.
And you make me do it again for 30 times in a row.
Yes.
Yeah, but you need them. Guys. I don't need them though.
Yeah. It's.
Again, I also can't. Look, I'll take them through the fucking single run missions on you can do every 30 minutes.
Yes.
I'll take them through the run I do 4 of those to boost up my level to level 50. Give them all the fucking points and that is me fucking needs to go straight into his reputation tree.
Yeah,
it's
makes
much
more
quicker.
sense.
And then at least I can enjoy getting my dilithium, which I fucking need.
Yes.
Rather than this, which I do not need. At all. And I don't get any use out of it.
Yeah, like, it would make more fucking sense. It's almost like this, like, MMO business is a piece of piss if you think about it for 4 fucking seconds.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I do love my Dreddy in that game.
See, I'm at the point now where I genuinely can't play it. I've tried so many times since we were in that fleet. I can't fucking do it.
I haven't gone back to it since he kicked me out.
I've tried a couple times like to go back and
It's still technically installed.
it.
It's still technically installed on my PlayStation, but I haven't gone back to it. And probably it's heartbreaking. I did put some money into that game for once.
So did I, to be fair.
And I generally do love my ships in that game. Like I've got me.
No, so do I.
I've got me Kelvin Dreadnought. I've got me Titan.
Yeah.
I've got me.
None of my ships are like anything fucking special, realistically, but I have emotional attachments to them.
I've got me Yamato, I've got me Enterprise from the Kelvin timeline. No, Screw timeline, the one with Pike's Enterprise.
Yes.
Which again, I fucking love that. That ship's a bastard. Built properly is a mother of a destroyer.
Yeah, none of the ships I own in Star Trek Online on any of my accounts are like anything fucking special. They're like nothing to write home about.
Yeah, because you never got to the stage of like getting some the premium shit in.
I think I've got 1 T6, like on my PlayStation account, and like at the same time though, like a good year of my life was just playing that fucking game with those fucking ships. Like I've gained emotional, especially like on my PlayStation account, because each ship has a specific name that has like a specific backstory to me of like this is why this ship is called this. Like there's some interesting story from my life that relates back to that name of that ship. There's like I have stake there.
Yeah.
I love that part of the game so much, and it's a part of the game I've made for myself realistically, but still, I just can't fucking enjoy the game anymore because every time I log in, I'm compelled to go do the TFOs that I fucking hate doing now because I've spent fucking 4,000 hours grinding them out. And like it's the only because like all my characters are like level 60. It's the only bit of the game I can even realistically fucking access to get any benefit, and I don't like doing them.
Probably there's some new. Something like had the events constantly get you new ships in. They did some fairly okay. Brilliant.
Now you get like 3 a year if you're lucky.
Brilliant. You got the summer event. The Christmas event, get the big premium shit. and you got like, the spring event, which gives you a crap little T6.
Yeah, the problem is though with those events is you have to log in like every fucking day for the whole event.
Yes, it's
It's like
a year-long
if
run.
you work, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's like,
If you have a job outside of the game, you're fucked. You're
Especially-
not getting your free shit.
yeah,
If
'cause
you're
you got
fucked,
the winter event, we have to log in every day of the winter,
Yeah.
which quantifies the yearly event, which gives you the premium chip
Yes.
for one character.
Yeah.
The premium token. Then you've got like, the Rigel event, which is then the summer event, which you have to log in every day for to get that. The rest of it is cosmetic crap. It doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, cool cosmetic shit, but still.
Yeah.
You know, like, and again, like if you work a full-time job, you're fucked.
Yes.
You know, like at the time, like I think, like I was working part-time, then full-time, then part-time. Like while we were doing that. Like at one point while we were playing Star Trek Online, still I was working full-time and part-time jobs at the same time as each other. You know, and like I was still trying my best, like log in like pretty much every fucking day, do the events, like. I think there was one point where we were playing Star Trek Online with that group, where like I hadn't slept in about 4 fucking days. So it was like the schedule I'd fucking fallen into was I woke up on like the Monday, I logged in, I did my daily event, I went to work, I got home, I was home for an hour, I then had to go to my second job, I got home. By the time I got home, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. So I did my daily event.
Yeah, because every 20 hours you had a day.
Yeah, like, because like, my plan was I'll do my daily event, then I'll go to bed. Then before I went, like, but by the time I'd done the daily event, it was like fucking 7 o'clock in the morning. And I had 2 hours before I had to go to fucking work again. So I just gave up and I went to work. Didn't bother sleeping. Came home. You know, fucking... I had tea and that. I was gonna go to bed again. Then I got a phone call and there was like a family emergency I had to go fucking deal with. So like me we got in the car, went out with that. By the time I got home, it was fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. So I did the daily event again. By the time I finished that, it was like 8 o'clock. So I was back out at work with my part-time job in like fucking 2 hours. So I went and did my part-time job. Got home. I was about to go to bed. Then my boss from my full-time job called me and was like, "Look, I've got a shift tonight that's like underbooked, understaffed. Can you come cover?" And I was like, "Boss, I haven't slept in 3 fucking days. Are you sure you want me to come in for this?" It was like, realistically, no, but at the same time, we literally don't have anyone else to do this. I was like, "Aye, fuck, when do you need me? You've got 2 hours to get here. I'll be there in an hour and a half." So like, I had a coffee, I went to fucking work. I think I raided 4 petrol stations on the way for energy drinks. Went to work, got home, had some dinner, and then fucking, you know, like, I think by that point it was like 3 in the morning. So I did my daily again. I got to like 6 a.m. and I was like, yeah, look, at this point the fucking walls are melting. I could see the wallpaper coming off my walls. I was that fucking sleep deprived. And I finally went the fuck to bed. I think I slept for about 19 hours. And like that was the only day off I had in that week. Like I think by that point I think it was like the Thursday. I just slept through Thursday. Like, woke up Friday morning at like 4 o'clock and did the daily again.
Because one thing you can with me, was like, part of the Christmas you do have to do solo. You can you're going to run through this like, I've already done it. Oh, do it again. I've already done it.
Yeah, I've already done it and I don't want to do it again. Fuck off.
Because my Dreadnought, I got so powerful that ship. At one point, I just parked it during the TFOs and just shot everything that came near me.
It's easier than some of them, to be fair.
Because
there's a couple of episodes where you are just easier staying fucking still.
Yeah, because the enemy came to you and was like, I'm just going to park here. They're not going to get very close. Once they get 10 kilometers of me, my ship's going to attack and be dead.
Disappears, you know, like it's...
Let the little boys take out some of the smaller ships on there to get some actual kill experience in. And then we just map up the entire battlefield.
Actually, on this topic, right, of like, speaking of games, like, I struggle to enjoy anymore, right? There's one game in particular I'm starting to get really pissed off at, and it's No Man's Sky.
Alright.
Because I'll be fully honest, I fucking love No Man's Sky.
Did they just get that a major update?
It just got a major update a couple of weeks ago, and that major update is why I'm pissed off. Because the new major update is a really cool idea, but I can't fucking play it. I can't access it. Because to access it, you have to finish the main quest.
Which I haven't done.
Which I did yesterday. Keep in mind, I have over 150 hours in this fucking game.
Yeah.
Just finished the main quest line yesterday, right? Well, no, I tell you, I finished the first part of the main quest line. Because now the main quest line has 2 separate quest lines that you have to complete to get to the new update. And you have to complete a specific side quest, right? So I finished the first of the main quest lines yesterday, right? I'm on the last mission of the second quest line, right? At the minute.
Yeah.
Guess what the final mission of the second quest line is?
What's that?
Right? Guess what I have to do?
What's that?
I have to fly to the center of the galaxy.
Right.
Now, for some players, this isn't too bad. This is maybe 5-star jumps. Right? You spawn in a random point in the galaxy every playthrough. Right? I think there's a minimum spawn limit of, like, I think the closest you can be to the galaxy core when you spawn is like 5 stars. Right? I sat and did the math, right?
You're like 50 jumps away, aren't you?
I am 83 jump. Like
Oh.
the star system I like live in is 83 jumps.
And about 4 days worth of travel?
With my current fuel reserves and fuel producing ability, about 6 consecutive hours of jumping stars. Now, that on its own would be difficult.
That's an even line jump rate.
Oh yeah. It gets worse for me. The star system I ended up having to start this quest line from, because it was the star system I finished the previous quest line in, 106 star jumps.
Oh, that's a day's worth.
I did the math, 9 hours with my current fuel production rates. Now, I made an executive decision.
I'm not doing that.
No, because I really want to experience a new update. What I did was I basically cheated a little bit, and I went and I think I jumped 2 star systems to find a working space station.
Yeah.
Went aboard the space station. I teleported back to my home star system. Right, and basically what I figured out, right, is essentially I can technically cheat, right. What my plan is, right, is I can make starship fuel for my regular starship for like relatively cheap, but I can't produce any fuel for my star carrier, right, like my big like capital ship. However, my capital ship can technically acquire jump fuel if I use the rest of my fleet to do trade missions. So my current plan to like make this as efficient as possible is basically have my fleet on a constant rotation, doing like the trade missions and like little side missions that they're allowed to do. Right? While they do that, I use up all of the jump fuel I have in my capital ship, right? And leave just enough fuel for one last jump in the capital ship, right? Once I get to that point, I go back to my regular, like smaller ship. I do as many jumps as I can with that till that runs completely out of fuel. At which point I can summon my capital ship in, with one more jump worth of fuel in it. By which point, with some luck, at least one fleet will have returned from my main armada. With luck, they'll have a couple of jumps worth of fuel with them. I can put back into my ship. At which point I can start using the refinery room aboard my ship to make more material, to make more fuel for my smaller ship.
So basically,
and also use the trade network computer aboard my capital ship to buy other resources I can't produce aboard the ship, or the materials to produce those resources.
I'm going to run to the loo quickly.
That is my current plan.
I'm running to the loo quickly. Back in a sec. You want to watch this video and like shout at him some more?
No, because I want to keep ranking.
Okay. You can ramp upstairs, No Man's Sky.
There's one more quest I have to do though, right? In order to access the new DLC, the new update, right? I have to find a specific type of planet, right? It's called the Dissonant Planet.
Okay.
According to the No Man's Sky wiki, the Dissonant Planet has a 1.07% chance of spawning when you enter a new solar system. So I have to track down this 1.07% chance to happen planet, I then have to land on the planet and with no instructions whatsoever find a specific item that only spawns on that fucking planet, which then triggers a fucking side quest that I have to do and complete that side quest before the NPC that can give out the quest for the new DLC is able to give out the quest. Based on the quick preliminary math I did yesterday, I've got about 20 hours of fuckery ahead to access the new DLC. That's if everything goes perfectly to plan, yes. That is a best case scenario. I tell you, best case scenario, I do it in 15 hours, because best case scenario, I find a distant planet on the way to the galaxy core. It's some bullshit. And all of this to gain access to a quest that lets me make a star. And as far as I can tell from people who've been talking about it online, when you do the quest and you make the new star, it doesn't even come with planets. Not a clue. From what I've heard online, I've heard conflicting reports in fairness, but I've heard a lot more reports of, when you do the quest, it spawns a star with no planets, no space stations, no fucking, trade vessels don't come in, fucking, the large trade fleets that you're supposed to be able to hire new fucking ships for your fleet armada to don't come. Nothing turns up. Fucking nothing happens. Other than this star exists. Now I've heard other people report that on their version they spawned the star, they got planets and cool shit. But I've heard far more reports of people saying fuck all happens. Other than this star exists. Also keep in mind that this is the second time in the game that you make a star. Because in the main quest line you make a star as well, only you can't visit that star. The game just says, oh, you made a star exist, and it's somewhere. But it gives you no fucking directions whatsoever for where that star is. And as far as anyone can tell, based on digging through the source code of the game, that quest doesn't even trigger a new star to spawn in the galaxy. Which begs the question once again of, what is the fucking point? Compared to the last update, which added fishing, I'm severely disappointed. Especially because with the fishing update, you can access it basically at any point as long as you've unlocked the space anomaly, which is the multiplayer hub, and you have 2 salvage data, which takes about 5 minutes to get. Because you need to spend that to unlock the fishing rod upgrade for your multi-tool. And getting to the point of the game where you have access to the space anomaly takes maybe 2 hours. Basically, you finish the tutorial and you have access to it. Yeah, needless to say, I'm a tickle bit fucking irritated by the new update. Huh? I would love to, but I've not finished making it yet. No. I'm not going to. Here, I'll give the people a quick update, right? On the Scotty's Kitchen show I'm doing over on the Vegas channel here on YouTube. There is an update. The new episode, it's been delayed. Anyway, The new episode of Scotty's Kitchen. It's been delayed. Oh no! Anyway, also in the news. Also in the news, my dog is trying to eat his fucking foot. Leave your foot alone. Spit it out. Thank you. Leave your foot alone. Oi! Don't ignore me. Leave your foot alone. Fucking divot. Honestly. As we wait on Fat Man T, it should only be a couple more minutes here before he gets back. Get out of the bag. Should only be a couple more minutes before Fat Man T is back. What else has been happening in the world? What else has been happening in the world I can talk about solo here? Basically buggered all from what I can tell, actually. I don't think anything all that interesting's happened so far. There's one thing, but I'd rather wait till Fat Man T gets back to talk about it, so... Shit a nuclear bomb up there, did you?
Just out.
Yeah. So yes, you shat a nuclear bomb then.
Yeah, that was a cow constipated half bomb.
Oh yeah.
That was my system back in a storm. Jesus.
We call that a Guinness shit.
No, Guinness just a stand there. You know, they come out your ass, they crawl out.
Oh no, in Scotland a Guinness shit fucking breaks your toilet. It just shatters the porcelain on the way out.
Tell you what idea then for the show.
Mm-hmm.
I will buy No Man's Sky.
Okay.
You've been bugging me to do it for a while now anyway.
I haven't. I've literally never asked you to do that.
No, you said, but I should play it a few times.
I don't recall ever saying that.
No, you have.
I don't remember ever saying that, but okay.
Right, I'll buy it. And for the show, you try and teach me how to play the damn thing.
I'll be honest, the game's a relatively decent job of doing that itself.
The only one I'm going to try and do is that Bulwark. Which I got and I screwed myself again. By the game, it looked good, but then I find out it's just a troll from devs.
Yeah.
On a game.
In fact, I could probably play Bulwark for you.
Be my guest to have a try.
Like, I've played a lot of RimWorld, I'm used to games being a deck.
Doesn't be a deck, it's like, just don't even fuck all to do.
Yeah, that's RimWorld. I learned how to play RimWorld by watching a YouTuber called Enter Elysium play RimWorld.
But what's even worse about it though is the way it gives you like control of the map.
Mm-hmm.
You still can't even see what the fuck you're doing.
Yes. I've played the Settlers, so I'm used to that as well.
Click the base of this tower. Where's the base?
At the bottom.
Guess somewhere.
It's at the bottom of the tower.
Yeah, the tower's on top of a mountain.
Yeah.
So that's your base of somewhere between. It's telling where the last support pylon is, as far as the wireframe is concerned, which could be at the base of the mountain, half of the mountain because you can't see where they've drilled into, or just not connect the mountain at all.
Piece of piss.
Let's have this smoked fat. That's it now.
Fiverr says there's a
And unbelievably, the letter added that the school plans to celebrate Refugee Week in June. Yes, Refugee Week. So, what do we know about the school?
Is Easter in June this year?
I know Refugee Week is in June.
Its latest Ofsted report said the quality of education at Norwood Primary was judged as needing improvement. Inspectors wrote, the school's curriculum is currently underdeveloped. While the school is ambitious for pupils' success, some pupils do not achieve high enough. It went on, too many pupils do not develop into fluent readers and writers. The school, though, was judged as good when it came to behaviour and attitudes, personal development of children,
That's a lot of schools these
leadership
days.
and early years provision.
That is about
Tonight,
Because to be honest, like, a lot of kids, I've started with my nephews going to school learning to read, and my nieces and that. And the books start off with basically, that picture was like 2 words per page. Right, up to about, they go, we'll read level 5. Never level 6. Here's the complete works of Shakespeare.
Yes.
They have 9.
Yep.
Yes. Most adults couldn't go through that damn thing.
Yes.
We don't care. We've got to learn how to read all this, understand every word and syntax he's now coming up with.
Yes. They're 9.
There are scholars on Shakespeare who do not do that.
Yes.
And that's essentially how the reading scale goes these days.
Like, as someone who worked with kids recently, like, just going back a couple of years, I can tell you firsthand, like, especially when it comes to reading and writing, the fucking education rate in Britain across the board is fucking hot.
Because there's a meme coming out about the handwriting. When you start like saying, you must learn cursive and you only ever use cursive the rest of your life.
Yeah. Times I've used cursive in my life.
Then you get to college, if you use cursive, you're going to fail the class.
Yeah.
Problem is though, because I learned that cursive so early on my thing, I'm stuck using it. It's like
I naturally write in cursive.
It's hard for me to print
Yeah.
than it is to write in cursive.
And I find it easy to write in print. I just naturally, if I'm just writing something for my own purposes, I naturally revert to
Yeah.
cursive. Like, first because I find it like just more natural, but also like for me, like if I'm writing for someone else, I will naturally write it in print. Because like my handwriting is rough to read. If I'm someone who's ever gonna read, like who's supposed to ever read the thing I'm writing, I'm just gonna write it in cursive.
See,
I can translate my cursive for myself.
my dad's handwriting, right? Because he had a very good one.
Mine's is like by default fucking encoded. The Enigma machine would struggle with my cursive.
My mum, right, handwriting was in beautiful calligraphy cursive all the time.
I have mine's is squiggles.
My dad's is what's called engineering writing, which is basically every letter is basically a block written out.
Mine's are just squiggles. Mine's looks like someone duct taped a pen to an epileptic spider and then wiggled a flashlight in front of its fucking face.
Right.
Yeah, it's just.
This guy, what's his name now? Mr. Bean. Can't remember his name now off the top of my head.
Oh, Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah. Just like a young accent that's as high as his own farts. A very young Rowan Atkinson.
He would, if not for one very distinct problem.
What's that?
Unlike Rowan Atkinson, he has the most airbrushed fucking hair.
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell if he's wearing a really shit toupee or if he has had the worst hair plug surgery in history.
No, what I think he's done is he's got that fucking like helmet hairspray. Well, it says it gives
That
you
would
volume.
make sense.
It gives you volume in your hair.
It fucking doesn't. It mutes your hair.
I don't think he's done.
I used it once and I learned my fucking lesson. Never again.
I didn't want to have me when I had my afro because supposed to let me afro me mohawk. And it'll be perfect. Get your mohawk nice and stand. So I used one and went. What the fuck?
No, what you want is the hair gel one.
I went for wax.
What's it called now? Is it rockabilly?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Rock style? Rocker?
Mine was. I
rocker
used.
core? It's in like a orangey brownie bottle.
I used Rock's heavy metal hair wax. When I had my mohawk.
I've heard hair wax is good for it, but I've always been more of a hair gel.
Problem with hair
kind of
wax
guy.
is if it gets a very hot day, it looks a bit greasy. But if you want to hold, which is easy to come out when you want to at night time, so you're not like stuck with like spikes in your ass. Then you use that and it's easy, like just a bit of water and a bit of heat.
See, but I've never had trouble getting like hair gel out.
You know,
If anything, I have more trouble keeping hair gel in.
I'm older than you
Because like I'm naturally very warm and sweat a lot if I'm moving
Yeah.
around and shit. It's like if I've got hair gel in, it just bleeds out overnight. And
well, again, I'm older than you, and the hair back in my day was basically super glue for your hair. It took like 2 days to wear out with a lot of heat and water to wash the fucker out. They got the hairspray, which literally just give you a crash helmet
yeah,
instead of like it'll hold your hair in place. Yes, it will.
forever.
It's also good in getting impact resistance. Because used to be the joke between my dad, like oh man, Voyager's captain
Yeah, Janeway.
Janeway, she had that on her hairspray. Every time she was in, like the ship had a violent crash, people bleeding, her hair's still
Her
solid.
hair was perfect.
There's one time I had one strand fell out, I was like, shit, she didn't put enough on. That was a really bad explosion.
Like that's how you know, like, fuck, they're up against something really dangerous. It's
Yeah.
the only time Janeway's hair has felt the effects of the damage. Fuck.
Even though it's like one strand just falls down, the rest of it's still
Singular hair.
solid as fuck. She has cuts and bruises everywhere else, but her head, perfectly crash helmet protected.
Like, fucking Kira in Deep Space Nine was the exact fucking same. Her hair was always perfect no matter the scenario.
A quiff.
Like, he always had that perfect fucking hair in every... Like, even the scenes like she's supposed to be in, like, a POW camp getting the shit kicked out of her. Hair is still pristine.
Yeah.
And it made no fucking sense. Jadzia Dax, on the other hand, 92% of her scenes she's in, hair looks like utter shit.
And you see, right, one thing all Star Trek do have what's called the sexy woman trope in it. All of them did. Like, on the TOS, it was a yeoman.
Yes, Uhura.
No, O'Hara.
Ahara?
How is the comms officer?
What's her fucking name?
O'Hara.
Uhura. There it
Uhura.
is. There we go.
She was, no, it wasn't her. It was the captain's yeoman, the blonde one that came on the scene every now and again. That is in the background, did sort of Broadway's got teas and stuff and that.
I do not remember her existence whatsoever.
Not many people did, but she was the sexy one. She was the ideal sexy woman at the time.
I disagree. It was Uhura 100%. Uhura was the most fuckable person on that ship, other than Sulu.
Now, in...
Or Chekhov, actually, to be fair. But
in TNG, it was...
it was obviously Riker.
No. Sexy woman man.
Oh, sorry. I forgot we were specifying women. Help. I forgot we were specifying women.
Counselor Troy.
Counselor Troy.
Because she had the
Deanna.
she had the low-cut tops on all the time and the really short skirts coming up.
It's like I don't like being like that sleazeball when it comes to sci-fi stuff, right? I like being better than we're portrayed as sci-fi nerds. But
You're not wrong.
but that one scene with Deanna Troy and Dr. Crusher, where they're doing yoga.
Oh yeah, the leotard.
Haha.
That caused controversy.
Hello there.
That caused controversy because a lot of people thought, like, very sexual scene, and because Star Trek was aired before the watershed, that caused a lot of problems. That one.
I'll be honest. I think that scene also caused a lot of young girls to figure out maybe they were a little different to the rest of the Sallys and Susans at school.
Now in Deep Space Nine, they had two. The one where they had two.
They had Jadzia Dax. And no one will ever convince me that Jadzia Dax was not the sexiest fucker on that space station.
Jadzia Dax then had Kira Nerys with the two for Deep Space Nine.
See, I've always argued Kira Nerys wasn't that hot. Kira Nerys was a solid 7. Because we thought 7 out of 10 all day.
What we figured out is right,
Jadzia was like a 9.
Because a lot of people think is you find the main character that spends at least 2 episodes in a bikini.
Both of them have had at least 2 episodes in bikinis.
Yeah. Especially Kira Nerys when she did the Old Earth one and she was the Empress.
Yeah, there was a lot of scenes with fucking Terra Nova Kira Nerys just wearing skimpy outfits.
Yeah. Now,
think about it, Gene Roddenberry was a bit of a fucking pervert actually, wasn't he? Thinking about it.
Now, some said that later on, what do you call
I'm cracking early. I'm not waiting for you anymore. I'm getting a sore throat.
in later episodes, it was Rom's wife.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Lita was fucking fit.
And problem is, though, the games do it dirty in the games because she's an annoying little bitch.
True, but I still argue her character model in Star Trek Online was.
It was good.
They did her justice with the character model.
Not just with the model, but the personality they give her.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah. And
for anyone curious, I'm now opening the Copperberg spiced apple.
then on cinnamon. I'll take it.
A lot of cinnamon.
Better, like it says, like warm or cold.
Definitely cold. That's a lot of cinnamon. A taste of cinnamon. Fucking a taste of cinnamon. Gamer, I think you'll find this is cinnamon cider with a taste of apple. I'm not getting a lot of apple here.
Now on Discovery,
it's a bit strong.
it was Burnham who was supposed to be sorry, on Voyager, right, was a controversial one. It was originally it was the 3-year-old. I don't ever thought that was a bit pervy.
Do you mean the Klingon woman?
That's
the one that's like the Kuvak Mak or some shit. The fact I just
Maquis.
pronounced Kuvak Mak perfectly genuinely upsets
yeah,
me. But
was the wrong word, but it's Maquis. You're thinking of.
no, I'm not in Star Trek Online. There's the mission to Kuvak Mak where she comes back and she's called the Kuvak Mak because there's some Klingon fucking thing.
Yeah, because it comes
it's like a prophecy or some shit. And
yeah, because it becomes like something to do with the.
she's like Klingon Jesus or something now, and I wasn't paying attention in that mission.
No, like, but no. Originally in the series, she was the Maquis because they had the
No, because the Maquis are the terrorist group that Chakotay is from.
She's those
Not Chakotay. Chakotay is the fucking Vulcan, isn't he? I'm thinking of the Aboriginal fella.
that's Chakotay.
Is that Chakotay?
Tuvok was the
Tuvok was the Klingon, of course.
No, Tuvok was the Roman.
No.
Vulcan.
There it is.
It was the Black Vulcan.
The Black Vulcan. Fuck me gently. That took too many guesses to
The
get
first
correct.
Black Vulcan, technically.
Correct, actually, yes. Except that one time in TOS where there was a background character that wasn't supposed to be a Vulcan crew member, but the costume department actually accidentally gave Vulcan ears to.
Yes.
So he's now like the first canon.
But not actual
Black
on-screen
But
Vulcan.
he wasn't officially a Vulcan, but he
Yeah.
is counted now today due to retconning as a Vulcan to basically cover up that fuck up.
Because some player was the first Vulcan. No, this guy was.
Yeah.
And they went through all the footage and it's hyper zoomed in on the background of this guy walking across the screen for like 2.5 seconds.
There's like 6 frames of the guy. And yet, despite that, they tracked that fucking actor down.
Well, worst part of that, of course you can remember now, is it was a black guy and they give him fucking white Vulcan ears to
Yeah,
glue
you
on.
can see clear as day they're the wrong colour. You know what the worst part is as well? They actually wrote a canon explanation for that.
I remember they did, yeah, he was like, oh, some death bug, like, he's from one clan, he's the first one clan,
It's even stupider.
gone.
Even stupider. Right? That
You got injured in the prosthetics.
yes. that Vulcan was serving aboard a. If I remember rightly, he was serving aboard one of the last Vulcan battleships in the TOS era, and was basically caught up in a battle between the Vulcan ship and I think it was a Klingon ship.
That would be the
and he happened to be on. I think it was the engineering deck specifically. Because he's supposed to be an engineer, and that deck got photon torpedoed, and he got caught in the blast range, and his ears were removed by shrapnel, and he basically got a
Prosthetic
they're
glue on.
supposed to be like prosthetic robot ears, and that's why they're a different color to the rest of his skin because it's prosthetic skin.
that would be the Total.
Something like that.
I think it was the last, technically, the canon's last Vulcan warship.
It's not the last Vulcan warship. It was the last Vulcan warship from that era of the Star Trek canon.
No, because after that,
There's later. There are some Vulcan warships built in the later ends of the canon. Like there's some in the TNG canon timeline.
Yeah, but those ones in the
in
TNG aren't
Voyager
technically-
as well.
they aren't technically Vulcan warships. They're reconditioned.
Yes, they're not warships. They're battleships. That's why I specifically said they're.
Yeah, the
It was
basically
the last Vulcan battleship of that time, not warship.
they are battleships, but they're reconditioned to be science vessels because the Vulcans dictated all their military practice to the Federation at that point,
Yes.
and it went purely on a scientific pursuits. So they had no technical.
No technical official military
Yes.
presence, but still, they had ships that were.
The last active military ship is one you're about.
Yes, that's the one. The last active battleship for the Vulcan Navy
Yes.
would be the appropriate term for what I wanted.
Yeah, which does make sense. Yes.
Yes, but he served. He was serving on that in I think it was its third to last outing before its destruction, and was caught in a battle with I think it was a Klingon raid party.
Now,
When
one
he
for
got because he do you know what makes it even stupider? It's like I think the only example I can think of Star Trek doing a Star Wars, where that many fans started like bugging the shit out of CBS about the character. They wrote an entire comic book to explain the character to get people to shut the fuck up about this random guy.
It's like the original Jabba the Hutt we watched the very first release of Star Wars.
Yes,
it's just a guy.
He's literally just a guy because they couldn't be fucked doing CGI.
Then like I think about 5 years later when they re-released it, Jabba the Hutt then appeared as that giant
It's now
slug.
an actual Hutt.
And what's worse about that is, when you watch the actual cut, you can see where the paced over, you actually see the guy walking behind him, and his arms flaying out loud again.
Yes, you can still see like the CG like failing here and there.
Which is like, why?
Like,
because I think it's just left as a guy.
They should have.
But the reason I brought Jabba the Hutt as a slug creature is because some point out in a comic book they did, the Hutts were the slug race they invented and they forgot about.
Yes.
So that's shit. We need to fix that.
Yes. So like what happened, right? What happened? You're kind of right. You're kind of wrong at the same time. Is they did the film. They did A New Hope, Star Wars.
Yeah.
And I think it was 3 months after that they did a comic line about the Hutts, and they'd forgotten that Jabba's nickname was the Hutt. So it now no longer made sense in the movie. It was called Jabba the Hutt, but wasn't a Hutt.
Yeah.
Which is why they then had to go back with the re-release and remasters of the films and CGI Jabba the Hutt to be a Hutt. Because they couldn't be bothered trying to figure out an explanation for why this guy, who was just straight up just a human being, had the nickname of the Hutt.
Yeah, a large fat human with a fur coat.
Yes. They literally couldn't be bothered trying to sit down and figure out, okay, why is he called the Hutt? Like, because he isn't a Hutt, so like, okay, maybe he killed a Hutt, no, because we don't have time to explain that shit. Fuck it, just CG him to be a slug, it's quicker.
The problem is,
it's quicker and cheaper than hiring a writing team.
The easiest answer would be, right, is he lived in a bar called The Hutt.
Do you know what would make even more sense? He was born and raised on Nal Hutta.
Yeah.
The home planet of the Hutts, which is known in Star Wars canon to be able to support human life forms. And many humans have been born there.
Yeah. Oh, the easy one. He was part of a Hutt gang which he took over.
Yeah, like that would have, like, either of those explanations would have done the job.
All I do is say that instead of the Hutt being the race, Hutt is like a terminology given to like the leader.
Yes.
Which would be a far simpler fucking thing to do.
Yeah, job done. Like, that's why like all like the known Hutts are called the Hutt.
Yeah.
You got Jabba the Hutt, Zero the Hutt, you know, like,
there was a Jedi called...
Like, the Hutt is like, it's like a station as well as happens to be the name of their species.
Yes. And since the Hutts are generally involved in crime organizations, it becomes a generic term around the universe as a term for gang leader, like the Dawn or...
Yeah, like a very high level gang leader, specifically in like the outer regions, the outer regions that would be traditionally Hutt space.
Yeah. Because remember the retcon, like, the computer asking, well, you wrote down like Hutts have force sensitive. Yes. So any other Jedi? 2! Two are still considered Jedi in canon because they technically appeared in the movies. Yes, and they're not dead yet because Hutt
No, they are dead.
Oh, they're dead now, are they?
They were dead when they appeared. The 2 that are considered canon Jedi Hutts both appeared in episodes 2 and 3 respectively as the holographic memorials of Jedi that had fallen in the Jedi Temple in both movies. The first one appears in the background in episode 2. If I remember rightly, there's a scene in the Jedi Temple where I think Obi-Wan's talking to Master Yoda.
Yeah.
And they walk past the hologram of one of the Hutt Jedi. And then there's a scene in episode 3 where way off in the background there is a hologram of a different Hutt, because it's a different part of the temple, so it must be a different Hutt. Which basically makes 2 of the Hutt Jedi canon, except I think there's now technically a third one, because I think
it's 6 total I know of.
I think there's I want to say there's a scene in like one of the Star Wars animated shows that are still canon.
Yeah, because
where there's like a Jedi Padawan who's a Hutt who walks past in the background.
Because the first Clone Wars has canon storytelling.
It's either a scene in there's a scene in Clone Wars where like a Jedi young who's a Padawan walks past the scene, or there's like a line in Rebels where Car Jannah mentions being at the Academy with a Hutt Padawan. Well, one of the 2 is correct.
There's another one because it's referred to in one of the games, which I think is
Most of the games aren't considered canon anymore.
The Fallen Order is considered canon. Not the Outlaw, the Tomb of Outlaw.
Was Jedi? Yeah, Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, then Outlaws.
Yeah, then the Fallen Order and Outlaws are considered canon because they follow the general fall of.
So Survivor is considered canon as well.
Yeah. So what they've done is in there, apparently there's a file you can get, which refers to a Hutt Jedi who's technically older than Yoda and still alive on one of the distant off-worlds, praying to the Force to keep balance against some kind of one of the old gods that fucked off somewhere, which no one still won't tell us where they fucked off to, or if they died or not. They said one day they were gone. Moving on.
You know what's even worse about that in the Star Wars canon? There's about 6 elder races that applies to. There are 6 elder races that are still technically canon that just fucked off.
Yeah, it was basically all
they fucked off to the uncharted regions and said they were coming back at some point and just haven't yet.
Yeah, but even with 3 of them I know of in the kind of go basically, and then they vanished for unknown reasons. Okay, now moving on.
Yeah.
No, more. Come on.
There's one. No, I tell it. There's 2 of the other races have made comebacks in canon. One made a comeback originally made a comeback in the Legends canon and has now more recently been brought back in one of the new canon comic lines. They're essentially a parasitic alien starfish. They're like that big.
Yes.
And they basically make zombies. They're basically like the Geonosian earworms, but worse.
Yeah, essentially.
And contagious via bites.
Probably not right. I know.
The other one is they're basically living beings that are made of almost pure Force energy, and they appear in 2 episodes, of Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and fuck with Anakin for approximately 12 hours of footage.
Yes, because that brought them because
2 hours of which are in the episode.
They brought them back because they've got a smart idea for a new line of Star Wars movies, whereas the old like Obi-Wan and all them come back as forced entities, which can interact with the actual physical world rather than just being those who are Jedis.
Yes,
become a new race.
Because the fun, because there's a really fun interview with the guy that voices Starkiller in The Force Unleashed, and he voiced Darth Maul for Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and I think he also voiced Palpatine in the show as well. He voices one of the Force entities in the show. In the 2 episodes he appeared, he specifically voiced the guy that's the way it works is like the father is made of equal parts light and dark sides of the Force. The daughter is pure light side and the son is pure dark side.
Yes.
So the actor I'm on about, whose name I can't remember, he plays the dark side son. And he was talking about it in an interview of like, oh, so like how did you come up with the voice for the character? And he was like, well, interestingly, I had an argument with Dave Filoni for about 6 weeks about this. And essentially, the way I've always taken it is because the character is essentially like made of pure dark side energy, and the life force, like the living force itself, like exists throughout all of time and space at the same time as each other. That, like, and a being made of pure dark side that is just like it's a living embodiment of the dark side of the Force would be able to take inspiration and pieces from like every Sith throughout like history and in the future. So he basically, because he's a massive Star Wars nerd, essentially hyperfixated on Star Wars canon around the Sith for about 6 weeks, and basically learned and figured out how even like some of the Sith who don't previously have like voiced roles, how they would have sounded, and basically made a voice in his own head by combining all of their voices and eloquences together. Which is why like, sometimes when you listen to the voice lines of that character in the show, like you hear like a little bit of Palpatine come through, or a little bit of Darth Maul, or
which makes sense.
Weirdly, he managed to do an almost flawless impression of the voice actor that voiced Darth Revan in Star Wars: The Old Republic, the MMO, because it's the only voiced version of Revan we have, and like you get a little bit of that come through. And like the reason he brought up is like if you listen really closely, once in a while you can hear me kind of do, for like 2 words at a time, a little Darth Vader impression. So it's like the only like at the time they did the episode, it's the only like future Sith that isn't Palpatine that we like know for sure what the voice of them would have been. So I did like I put that through to kind of like show like he's like the living force is able to exist through all of time.
Now,
And like take inspiration from all of time and that. And
now we're going
it's,
to
it's a really cool like thing. Like as a voice actor, I really find it fucking interesting.
now how are they going to do for the new Star Wars series, like movie series,
Yes.
right? Which I like one of the ideas. I hate the other two. Is essentially some of the old Jedi come back to train up some new ones.
Yes.
Rey gets Yoda
Yeah.
to train up because Anakin did a bad job at it. Sorry, Anakin. Luke
Look,
did a bullshit job at it.
he really did fuck that up.
Her half brother or cousin,
Who?
masked twat,
Oh, Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren,
That would be her.
cousin, because she's Leia's daughter.
No, she's not. He's Leia's son.
Yeah,
Rey
Leia's son.
is
Palpatine's
granddaughter.
who's loosely linked to Luke's family somewhere down the line.
15 generations back, yes.
Well, him gets Anakin to teach him how to be both dark side and light side together. Basically, try to turn him into Sentinel.
Do you know what would make more sense than Anakin for that role? Because let's be fair, Anakin did a shit job at being a Grey Jedi. Because it'd be the perfect excuse to do it. Bring back fucking Revan.
Yeah.
The entire Star Wars fan base has been begging for Revan to be made canon again and make like a TV or movie appearance since Disney
Well,
bought Star Wars.
basically, what they're using Anakin for is because
This would be the perfect excuse to do it.
it's what because Kylo Ren is obsessed with Darth Vader.
Yes.
I said, well, give him Darth Vader to train him.
No, that's exactly why you give him someone like Revan and you give Anakin to someone else to cause some friction between those two characters.
Now,
That story writes itself.
now he's what
It's right there.
Here's what I do. I agree this guy should have been the Jedi from the start, not Rey. Is Obi-Wan takes Finn.
That I do agree is a cool idea. However, I will only support it on one condition. Make Finpo canon. Make Finpo canon.
What canon?
Finpo.
From.
The ship of Finn and Poe Dameron.
All right.
The gay relationship.
All right.
Like the rebel pilot that rescues Finn in the first movie. Make them gay. Make them gay lovers. Their friendship is gay coded from second one. Make them gay for the love of God, please.
Now, another one.
I want to see the sexy pilot and the sexy stormtrooper kiss.
Now the other one
Now kiss. Do it.
doing?
Do it, you fuckers.
is Baby Yoda.
Grogu.
Grogu is going to get either Windu
Okay.
as his trainer, because Windu is very combat oriented. Since the baby wants to be more Mandalorian than Jedi, Windu would actually make a good choice.
It would.
Or Obi-Wan's mentor,
Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon Jinn. Because again, he was classified as more of a combat oriented.
He was, yes. He didn't get on very well with it. Weird, even though he was a Jedi consular, not to be confused with counselor, a consular,
Which was
spelled differently.
Which was technically the
It's the opposite to a Jedi Knight. A Jedi Knight was your blue lightsaber wielding, combat oriented son of a bitch. Your Jedi consular focused more on things like
Negotiation.
diplomacy, negotiation, and using the Force.
But like I say, he preferred aggressive negotiation styles.
Yes, he did. However, there is a flaw in the plan. Specifically, it's bringing Mace Windu in. Because in current canon, Mace Windu isn't dead. Even though he fucking should be from that last, like that third movie. Motherfucker gets electrocuted for 15 straight seconds at high voltage and thrown out of a 92-story window. He's still alive in the canon.
No,
he comes back in a comic book because haha.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to bring back as an actual person to do it.
Yes.
Because if I remember correctly, Baby Yoda, the Grogu, the Mandalorian, takes place in between the beginning of the New Republic and the start of
The First Order.
Rey's run.
The First Order.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's in that gap line.
Yes.
Right, but another one I've heard is
I know why you're saying like, oh, they won't bring Mace Windu back as a person because of that time gap.
no, that's one thing that will bring back person there.
Two problems there. Is A, that's only a 5-year gap, and B, Mace Windu's still alive in that time gap.
I'm saying I think
canon.
they'll bring him back as a person there instead of like a celestial being. But another one I've heard is the Mandalorian takes Grogu
Grogu.
to the last Hutt Jedi at the edge of the fucking neon space, who was keeping something else at bay, for him to train it.
That could be cool. Like,
see, I like the idea to do the Hutt one because that expands the universe out more to other edges.
It does, because it is a big issue I've had, especially with the Star Wars movies. Is the Star Wars movies make the Star Wars universe feel like 3 fucking people matter, and 2 of them are Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, and it's a very tight area of space.
Yes.
You know, it's basically between the
Even
central region.
every movie introduces at least one brand new planet. It always feels like everything's 5 fucking minutes away.
It's generally still, even the new planet, it's still pretty much in the core.
Yes.
I don't really.
Even if it, the movie specifically says, "Oh, it's out in the outer rim," it feels like it's 5 minutes from Coruscant.
No, even the first one technically is
Tatooine.
Tatooine. It's the first one they introduced in the movies.
That was the very first one they introduced. It's like outer rim.
But even that is classified as 2 jumps from the core sector.
Yes. There's also a distinct flaw in Tatooine's appearance in Phantom Menace. If you actually look at even the canon galaxy map at the time the movie was made,
Yes.
from in the comics from before the movie came out, if you were at Tatooine and your job was to go from Naboo, and you had to go from Naboo to Coruscant.
Yeah, Naboo's here and Tatooine's there.
Yeah, it's like Naboo's here, Coruscant's over here, Tatooine is over fucking there.
Yeah.
Why were we going that way to go this way?
Yeah, it's
Why were we going that
well,
way?
see, the studio was classified because I remember the canon part of this.
That's further out of the way.
Is they followed an established shipping route from Naboo to Coruscant,
Yes.
and that takes you past Tatooine at a way station to refuel to go to Coruscant.
Yes. The problem is though, again, if you look at the galaxy map, you'd have A, no reason to go that way anyway, and B, there is no established trade route going that way that leads back to Coruscant.
That's the retcon.
So no.
That's the retcon in later was like, yeah, Tatooine is a refueling post.
This is the thing. Even in the canon maps released after that movie, current canon maps, no canon map ever has had a trade route going from Naboo to Tatooine to Coruscant because it's fucking stupid.
Because even this canon says that Tatooine has nothing of value apart from some crash ships.
Nothing of value that you could sell in the Republic because Tatooine is smack bang in the middle of Hutt space or cartel space.
Yes.
So 99% of the shit you can buy there is sort of turbo illegal in Coruscant.
Yes.
Because unless you're willing to smuggle some shit, which a lot of people are, you wouldn't bother.
Now another storyline which I hope they do as well, is going to take you to the origins of the Millennium Falcon.
No, because I don't give a shit.
Because supposedly that's when the race that fucked off somewhere. Is one of their ships they built that somehow got left behind.
It's not, but okay.
That's why how come it's so fast and that somehow survives all the bullshit gets put through.
It's a Meridian class ship. That's why. It's a very, very, very heavily modified Meridian class starship.
Yes.
The first one of which was built during the High Republic, which is after the Old Republic but before the current Republic. Basically after Rev and before Anakin, that kind of Republic era. It was built during that time period, I'll rephrase that. That model of ship was designed and constructed heavily during the High Republic era, and it was essentially designed to be, the fastest thing in the galaxy, no matter what.
And it's generally a switch army knife of things. It could be cargo, battleship, whatever you need it to be. Hence why the bridge was set outside, because the idea is you could flip it like that and turn it into a battle cruiser or flat as a cargo hauler.
About 98% of them were used as cargo ships. 35% of the cargo models were later turned into specifically smuggling ships. The remaining 10% of ships that weren't used as cargo or smuggling were turned into battle cruisers.
I think 2% were turned into scout ships of some kind. To scout the outer rim.
No, the ones that were used for scouting ships were later modifications during the Modern Republic, which is the Republic you see in the Star Wars movies, specifically the prequels.
Yes.
They were later modifications done to leftover ships of Meridian ships.
Almost there.
I keep getting it and then fucking doing that and hitting it. There we go. Yeah, for anyone who's like sat at home watching this, curious, like, Mr. Vegas, how the fuck are you able to rattle off all these like really obscure facts about Star Wars off the top of your head without double checking them? Let me tell you, I spent a lot of time from the ages of 9 through 15 doing nothing but watching Star Wars, playing Star Wars, and reading Star Wars.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I think during that time frame I spent more time studying the Star Wars galaxy and its canon than I did actual real life politics and history. And I know a lot about history.
Right? In the Star Wars, in like the sci-fi fandom,
Yes.
right? Outside like manga and stuff like that, you got two main groups of sci-fi people.
Yes.
You've got what's called the rich bastards, which are the Star Wars ones.
Yes.
Then you got what they call the poor ones, which are the Star Trek ones. Because Star Trek's always been classed as poor man sci-fi.
Yes.
Because the shows which were made cheaply and the props that you can buy for like collectors were made cheaply as well.
Yes.
Where Star Wars ones were generally more.
As the props and like memorabilia is normally a bit more expensive for Star Wars, but like in terms of accessing the media, it's about the same price.
Yeah. But that's what they call back in like the 80s, and they seem to have a hateful rivalry between the two of them.
Yes.
Which is quite special.
To be fair, I mean, the way I've always read the rivalries, because they're like Star Wars and Star Trek are the opposite ends of the sci-fi spectrum.
Yes.
It's like Star Wars, I mean, the clue's in the fucking name. It's action, it's war, it's a war in the stars. It's sci-fi warfare.
Yes.
For the most part. Other than the prequels. The prequels tried to be more like Star Trek. Whereas Star Trek is more about sort of like intergalactic diplomacy and politics.
Yes.
And, you know, like yeah, there's a war going on, but like
it's always a background
you know,
noise.
like how the war's happening in the background, and like the actual plot that's happening in the episode is how is that war affecting the trade routes, and how are the trade routes affecting the local population and the price of apples. Whereas in Star Wars, the story is there's a war going on, no one has time to give a fuck about you or your apples.
Yeah, we're going to fly right to the middle of it.
Yes, there's a war going on over there. Just beyond it, there's a very sexy princess that needs fucking a weapon. So we're gonna get in a spaceship
and pile right through it.
and we're gonna go and clean that princess's pipes for her. Because wallop, woof woof, as that one character in Blackadder 4 would have said.
Yeah.
If you don't know who that character is, you're too young to be watching this fucking show.
There's also one thing people always go on because they, especially modern fans of Star Wars, have a mistaken thing that Star Wars takes place at the exact same time, you know, in different galaxies, but the exact same time as Star Trek. Like, no, because Star Wars is, by definition, is about 3 million years in the past.
Yes, believe it or not, at no point in the Star Wars canon does it ever tell you when it's supposed to be happening. Outside of a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
But what someone done was...
The only thing they ever give you in terms of timeline is the Star Wars canon has its own built-in timeline. To tell you like when events happened relative to each other.
Now, what someone did...
And it works off BBY.
Now, what someone did, which is funny, is there was a pan shot from Coruscant showing the night sky.
Yes.
Now, apparently they tracked down the constellations and found the galaxy it came from, which I think is the Durinian galaxy.
Yes.
Which is about 130 million light years away from us.
It's about that, yes.
No, billion light years from us, sorry. Right? And then they mapped out where our Milky Way galaxy would have been in that skyline.
Yep.
Calculated the light trajectory of that time to give you the actual time difference, and it works out about 3 million years between the events of...
There's only one small flaw in that plan. While yes, those star charts do line up, the map of the Star Wars galaxy and the map of the Duridian galaxy don't.
Yeah.
Like, at all. The only bit of them that is even slightly close, there's 2 points of them that are similar. The size of the galactic core of both of them are the same size, roughly.
Yes.
And both have a blue tinge to this, what I like to call the space dust around them.
No, those found another one is apparently there's 3 black holes in the Star Wars map that line up with the Duridian map.
I've checked, they don't.
I think someone was retconned that in, but apparently that's what's...
Yeah, they don't, because the canon Star Wars galaxy map has, and I quote, 35 active black holes in it.
Yes.
In like in the most recent canon iteration of the timeline.
Yes.
Like so, like what you would call modern day Star Wars canon of like, like the exact day the last movie ends.
Oh no, it gets even stupider.
If you go back,
Because what
like,
they've done
when the
is-
Clone Wars was happening, there was more black holes in the galaxy during the Clone Wars, but there was only like 15 active during the old Republic. But there was, I think, 103 active black holes during the time of the Grand Republic,
Okay.
different to the Great Republic.
And it gets better, right? In the
And there was 305 active during the First
in
Republic.
the Stargate universe, the Great Ancients, right, who call it base of birth of humanity and built the Stargates, are an ancient race that came to our galaxy 10 million years ago,
Yes.
right? Now, again, the galaxy they supposedly came from, they mapped out to the Star Wars galaxy again.
Yes.
And the hypothesis
Even
is...
though, again, neither of the two galaxies line up with each other's maps of said
Yeah, because
galaxies.
the actual Stargate galaxies are actually quite well mapped out.
Yes. So is
In
the Star Wars one, to be fair, but...
Well, even like the general like space star charts are quite well mapped out. Now, what they're saying is the Ancients are one of the high-powered species of the Force entities that fucked off from the Star Wars galaxy and came to the Milky Way galaxy and then became our Ancients.
Well, there's just one problem with that. We know what all the ancient races that have fucked off from the Star Wars galaxy that are canon looked like, and none of them look fucking anything like them.
Yes, I know. Because Ancients are basically humans.
Even the ones we've never seen but have only had described, their written descriptors look fuck all like the ancients from Stargate.
I know.
So, no.
But it's one of those things like the tried link, was it Skynet and something else together recently?
Yes.
I can't remember which one they were two.
I don't know what the most recent one is because I don't pay attention that much anymore. But I know at one point in I think it was like the 2012-ish kind of era of the internet, someone came up with a theory and tried to say that Terminator and Star Wars were canon to each other, and that the Terminator films are a sequel to the Star Wars universe, and that the droid army that the Trade Federation built during the Clone Wars, the remnants of that droid army basically fuck off onto a planet on their own and build a super core that's an AI that gains self-awareness and basically designed and built better versions of the droids that became the first Terminators and sent them to the Milky Way galaxy in the far future of our timeline to set up Skynet.
Probably we know Skynet was built on Earth and became self-aware by accident.
Correct. Yeah, said theory got shot in the face pretty much immediately by anyone who'd
Oh no,
ever
it was
paid
the
attention to a
Matrix and
Terminator movie.
Terminators.
Yes.
Because the Matrix was the far future after the Terminators won the war. And the Terminator we have is generally the humans fighting the war until they got to the point where the Matrix happened.
Small problem. In the canon of Matrix, well, at least in canon if you read the comic books and original book, it wasn't robots, it was aliens.
Yeah.
They were cyborg aliens, not robots. It's one thing I don't like about the movies, is the movies just sells them as robots and doesn't expand out and go, yeah, they're being farmed by cyborg aliens to feed their supercomputers. That's why the humans are being used as batteries, is to power their supercomputers that do all their space trajectory math. Because like half of the human batteries are being used to power these supercomputers that do their space trajectory math so they can travel to other galaxies to steal more people. The other half are being used to run a supercomputer that's trying to calculate. It's trying to like the plot to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
It's basically doing that of like trying to figure out the mathematical answer to what the meaning of life is and what the point of the universe is.
Yes. And Neo's the answer to that because he's the outlier of the calculation which they can't account for.
Yes, in the original books, and it gets later explained in some of the comic books, the reason Neo is so special and is the one isn't just because he's the outlier to the calculation, because he's supposed to be the pinnacle example of what not just human life can achieve, but what life in the wider universe can achieve, when essentially the restrictions are taken away from it.
Yes.
Which is written in to explain, at least in the original book, why once Neo is released from the Matrix itself and is back in the, is entered into the real world, still has access to a lot of his Matrix powers, such as being able to dodge bullets and bullet.
Yes, because the restrictions on the human brains were lifted or something like that.
Because the restrictions were basically like unlike the other characters who had the restrictions lifted in the Matrix itself. Because Neo is an outlier, and essentially the AI core is trying to actively kill him while he's inside it, when his restrictions were lifted, his brain became aware of the fact that the machine was trying to kill him in the real world as well, and so on instinct removed its own restrictors in the real world too.
Yes. Now the problem is
The movie never fucking explains any of this, by the way.
Yeah. Now the reason why the thing these two are linked, right, is because the trigger of Skynet going haywire and gaining self-awareness is never explained. It's a few theorized
Not in
about
the books, it's not. No, sorry, not in the movies. Rather,
Even the books, it's not fully.
in a couple comic books, there are.
Because
There are, I think, if I remember rightly, there's 3 comic book series, I want to say the word is.
I know 3 different answers
There's
to the
3
answer.
sets of comic books that do flashbacks to explain.
Yeah.
Like
Now,
if you read all 3 sets, which I believe is 15 comics in total, it gives you the full explanation for why
now,
Skynet
one of them
gained self-awareness.
One of them is a signal that Skynet received from deep space, which set off haywire, bring the alien theory into it. And another one, which lines up with the movies, the Matrix movies and the Terminator movies, is Skynet was built in with human tactical emotions, then calculated that humans were just the disease themselves, by themselves, and then because the way 3 laws of robotics works, it had to then kill humans, but then harvest humans in order to keep them so they don't kill themselves off. Hence, we have the underground for which
isn't one of the laws of none of the laws of robotics would allow that. But continue.
it's a bastardized law of robotics. See what iRobot used. Type thing.
The laws of robotics used in iRobot are actually fucking correct. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
They're not bang on perfect, but they're fucking close.
Then there's the third theory, whereas the guy who made Skynet originally then did the same thing they did with Lawnmower Man, where they basically turned it, give it mobile personalities, then let it try and fight out the personalities for the Dawn one and the psychopath one, essentially.
I hate to say it, none of those are the correct answer to what happened. None of them are correct. One of them's close to correct, and it's the signal from deep space answer.
Yeah.
Because the free there's like 3 catalyst events that are canon in Matrix, sorry, that caused the Matrix to become self-aware and start harvesting the humans.
Yeah.
So the first one is there was it wasn't a deep space signal as such, it was more a deep space radiation signal that essentially hit Earth and happened to hit the same facility the computer was being stored on that was being used to run the Matrix.
Yeah.
When that occurred, the Matrix didn't technically gain self-awareness from it, but when it happened to hit, 2 other events happened pretty much at the exact same time, and all 3 kind of events happening at once caused the Matrix to gain its self-awareness and start fucking with the humans. The other 2 catalyst events there was basically a terrorist attack on the facility by essentially a human rights rebellion activist group that essentially were against the research being done into sort of like super advanced AI for fear that AI would take over the world and shit. Which turns out they were right.
Yeah. Bang on that question.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they triggered it.
Yes. Well, it helped to trigger it. And the third catalyst event was... So, going back to that second catalyst with the terrorist attack, they planted a bomb, and the bomb went off. And then the third catalyst event happened to happen again, pretty much the exact same time as these 2 events occurring, which is just wild, is there was a random, completely unexplained and suspected to be accidental power flux that was essentially caused by a transformer blowing in the power generating center of the facility. And essentially the explanation that's given is the transformer blew, which put high charged electrical protons into the air.
Yes.
As those protons entered the air, the explosion from the bomb went off, which basically caused the electricity and the explosion debris to combine into a cloud, which then caught the space radiation as it came in, which essentially caused what can be described as sort of like a turbo EMP cloud to exist. And rather than said turbo EMP cloud releasing a massive frying all electronics, it essentially, because of the angle the radiation was coming in at and the speed it was coming in at, because speed of particles and shit, is essentially made a radiation laser beam that just direct bullseyed the AI core of the Matrix machine, which caused it to go fucking schizophrenic.
Now, another theory came around.
No, that's not even a theory. That is the canon explanation in the Matrix.
Yeah, but another one that's tried to link.
Which is fucking insane.
The link in the Matrix as well, this one, to another franchise, which is the Horizons franchise. Like Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West. Is in that one.
Even though both of those games happen on an alien planet.
Alright,
With
the found on Earth.
No, they're on an alien planet with alien robot dinosaurs.
No. You haven't played the games.
I think I played the first 2 hours of Zero Dawn and got bored.
You have no idea. No, it's actually they both of them take place on Earth.
I disagree vehemently.
We haven't heard of the canon for this game.
I don't give a shit. Arf doesn't have robot dinosaurs and it never will because we're not that fucking interesting a species.
No, what happened, right, where the kind of the game works, is what you find out going on is a company called Feros Industries were basically building robot soldiers and that for PMC contract type stuff. Now they built a giant one called a Foundry Titan, which basically functions as a self-assembled.
As a given name, I'm assuming it builds other robots.
Builds the robots, but also functions as its own standalone strategic engine as well.
Right.
Right now, what happens in the past is the big Titan robot gets hit by a signal,
right,
from somewhere in deep space, and just basically goes on a killing rampage. But because they built an encryption code in for the kill switch, which got changed and they couldn't decode in time, because by the time they decode it, all life on Earth would be wiped out. Because the smart geniuses give the robot the ability to use nice disintegrate biomatter into fuel.
Makes sense.
So it could always self-fuel itself and self-build itself. Basically, the humanity made last stand where basically it sacrificed itself fighting robots to give some size of group time to build what's called the Gaia Project, which is another super-powered AI.
Right.
Give it certain type of functions, such as it could build its own robots for terraform, hence where the dinosaurs and that come from. They're basically terraform machines.
Right.
Right, and then give it a cloning facility to clone other humans.
Right.
Now, the reason humans don't know about this, that's currently in the world, is because Feros was an arsehole and said, well, we need our children to be innocent so they don't make our mistakes, and then deleted the archive of all human knowledge, which kids are supposed to learn, and then killed the rest of the science stuff so they couldn't rebuild it.
Okay, so hear me out when I say that I don't disagree with Feros' decision there, though.
A lot of people don't. There was an argument in the community for a while that the people didn't. Like, people said, should he have done it or not? But they said,
see, deleting all of it, I wouldn't have done that. But deleting specifically the parts of information that would lead the clones to learning they were clones, smart move.
yes.
Because it's pretty much, I think the only piece of canon with clones in it where clones knowing they're clones was a good thing was in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And let's be fair, Star Wars didn't think it through very much. Let's be fair there.
Yeah, so
Pretty
essentially,
much every other piece of media with clones in it has established if clones figure out they're clones, they kind of go a bit fucking skitsy.
now one of the things that didn't install in the Gaia was a sub function called Hades, was an extinction function, because the idea is Gaia is a young learning machine. It's not going to get things right the first time round.
Correct.
So the idea is you've got an extinction, they would wipe the slate clean. Gaia takes back over, starts again.
Right.
Now, Gaia at this point has got everything correct. Then another signal comes in from deep space, hits Gaia and the subbank functions, which then split off their own eyes. Hits Hades, who comes the extinction engine again, and basically tries to wipe out life again, because that's what his job is.
Yes.
And your point is the main character, because you were cloned of the original Doctor, so you have access to machines by DNA locks.
Right.
Is to go around and stop Hades from doing it again. Now, the second game, Forbidden West, turns out that not all humans went extinct. Some of them fucked off into space. Now, they were fucked off into space, built some more areas on the planet they stuck on.
Is that why the West is forbidden? Because that's where all the spaceships are.
No, Forbidden West, because the first game takes part of like the east side of a mountain range in America.
Presumably it's in the fucking east, because
Yeah, it takes part of the
you
east.
can't go west from west, can you?
Essentially, it takes part of the eastern side of the Rockies. It's the first game, and then the second game takes part on the western side of the Rockies.
As in the Rocky Mountains?
Yes.
But the Rocky Mountains go from east to west. They don't... No, hold on, am I stupid? Wait a minute.
I'm sure Rocky Mountains curve round. Because they curve around the middle of America, don't they? Rocky Mountains?
They more kind of cut through it diagonally. It's like, okay, technically there is an east side, but I'd more call it the north side. Technically. Like, if it was me, I'd describe it as the north and south side, but I suppose, yeah, sure. There's like a couple bits of the Rockies where you could say east and west.
I mean, because like, in the first game you got like a grassland environment, then you got like a desert environment as well, the two biomes you generally have.
Right.
So I'll say that's like, you know, Alabama area and like Texas type thing.
No, because they're on opposite sides of the Rockies. In fact, no, the Rockies don't even go that far south.
Yeah, similar type of environment. I think it's like because there's no sea anywhere near where you are. There's some lakes with no sea.
Because you'd be
when you cross into the second game, you actually land on a coastal region.
looking like the only point along the Rockies I can think of where you'd have sort of like grassland and desert land next to each other would be sort of like Colorado, Utah.
Like you've got three biomes totally.
But again, they're from where they are with the mountains. I'd describe that again as like north-south.
Because the three biomes you got in the first games is you've got snow caps to the north.
Mm-hmm.
To the east you've got grassland.
Mm-hmm.
And to the west you've got a desert environment.
And what's south?
Nothing, you don't go south.
Right.
You pretty much start southeast and come round.
Yeah, you'd be looking like Colorado, Utah kind of regions.
Because when you cross the desert, you cross the mountain range, and you end up in the Forbidden West. So you end up in a grassland area, then you cross a mountain, which has a base in it, and then you end up in the true western area, which also has the Seattle, so it's more California area, Northern California by the looks of it.
No, because the Rockies don't go far enough for California.
Again, I know there's a big mountain you end up near the sea. So you're in like a very tropical environment.
I'd need to double check a map of the Rockies to give you exact. I'm not gonna do it now because I can't be fucked. But like,
I know, I'm not actually.
I say just Google it. Just Google where it is. Where are you? Right, ZON.
Z-O.
Yeah, Horizon.
Horizon.
Space. ZERO.
Zero Dawn. So new Zero Dawn is.
Right, and then just put like, just go like where set. ZERO.
So this is the Zero Dawn map. So you start off here. Come you got the ice ring, crocodile dead in this light jungle over here.
Quicker idea. Fucking easier idea.
Southwestern United States.
You know, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, Wyoming, and Montana. So I was right. I went Colorado, Utah.
Because in the second game, the humans that left Earth came back
Right.
because they've been chased by an AI they built, which they then fucked off because they tried to treat her as a slave. And they've also modified themselves with nanites and stuff. They can run back.
I should know.
Wanted to do basically come to Earth for a resupply drop to get the one of the functions to build robots. So they try and survive. So they fuck off again because it turns out they've been chased by something, which is the signal which started off the whole scenario
Right.
in the video game. Now saying that is the signal there is the same one from the Matrix and fuck my mouth. Terminator. Because Terminator is basically the end of humanity, which is the end of Zero Dawn, beginning of Zero Dawn, and the Matrix is after that still reached Earth again for the second time, then took over after the Forbidden West of.
Okay, flaw here. In all three pieces of media, humanity's like sort of back on top, in control of the planet, then build an AI, then the signal heads.
Yes.
So for all three to be canon to one another, humans have to evolve, make a robot, get hit by the signal, be damn near wiped out. Then the robot has to fucking die somehow, have humans come back again, get back on top, evolve back up, get their technology back on par. Right? Not have knowledge of that having happened whatsoever, like the destruction of the robot or the robot existing in the first place. Have no knowledge of that. Get back up to that point, build the robot again, get fucked again, have the robot be killed, destroyed, whatever, come back again, redo that whole evolution process again, no knowledge of the previous two whatsoever, to get there again.
Now see,
Do it again and get hit by the signal again.
now see we're doing work
I don't think that's how evolution works, my gamer.
in the Horizon series. It's because humans didn't get the knowledge from the archive. Robots are still wandering around because the guy's still mending the Earth. Humans basically harvest robots like wood beasts
Right.
for like parts to build like bows and arrows, that type of stuff. And but they don't have any knowledge of Gaia herself
Right.
because she kept herself hidden away from humanity, type of thing, and just stupid. They know the machines and they know like things, build machines and they come out because she builds machines herself. Right, to do for functions of maintaining the ground, rune toxins, that type of stuff.
The theory just it blatantly ignores one key piece of information. To my knowledge, I don't know much about like the Horizon lore, right? But in both The Matrix and in Terminator, human history played out exactly the same. Of like you still had the British Empire, the Boxer Rebellion, the American Civil War, everything in human history played out exactly the way it did in our universe. Played out the exact same to one another, unless there's except for like the odd occasion where a slight difference has occurred in history, which is kind of the reason why the universe is different to how it is today. So for the three to be connected, essentially humanity would have to exist as it does now, go through all of its history, evolve, get to sort of like present day, build the AI, as I've already said,
Yeah.
get hit by the signal, get wiped out, destroy the AI, not know that's happened, evolve again, and perfectly redo all of human history again. Which, hear me out when I say, is fucking unlikely.
Yes.
to then build the robot again, be wiped out again, have the robot be wiped out again,
Yes.
for presumably, with later down the line Horizon Zero Dawn to occur, have human life come back yet again, and once again live out human history fucking perfectly
Yes.
again,
Now,
which, okay, twice maybe, 3 fucking times back to the human history playing out perfectly, fuck off.
yeah, that's
To then build an AI again.
Now, to me, Terminator and Zero Dawn, although the stories don't play out exact, you could say there's enough of a link.
There's some similarities.
Because you think the Terminator, you think like the John Connor's Last Stand,
Yes.
his Last Stand, the robot where the Doctor Scientist is trying to build the Gaia system to rebuild Earth,
Yes.
that could make relative sense.
The only problem is in Terminator lore that worked. The Terminators are defeated at the end of the Terminator canon, and humanity is able to rebuild
And
because the Doctors managed to essentially build the fucking modulating rifle from Star Trek that's able to fucking obliterate the Terminators.
oh, don't get me wrong, I know that. The same with people.
So there's still a deviation there that would make it impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way that the theory works would be to completely ignore canon.
Yes, at least like end part of the canon somewhere.
Yes.
I don't agree with you, but this is what the
See, the problem is though, you're here presenting the theory, meaning I have to take this conversation on as if you're supporting the theory because you mentioned it.
I don't mention the theory. Again, I don't agree with theory.
Like you're, unfortunately, for the sake of this conversation, you're
I have
on
to
team theory.
I have to agree with theory. Yes, I
But you
know.
don't have to agree with it. You just have to accept that I'm going to treat you as if you're on team theory here.
Yes.
Because I can't talk to the idiot that made it right now.
It was a Reddit group that did it.
It's always Reddit that does this shit.
Yeah. See, I fundamentally agree with you on the point because I said they built like humans won the Terminator Wars
Yes.
and that, and then didn't outlaw AI, but they kind of restricted it.
Yes.
Bit like what they're doing Mass Effect a little bit with the VIs.
That's what, weirdly, very similar restrictions to what we currently have on AI.
Yes.
Which almost makes you wonder if, all of the world governments, when they saw ChatGPT come out, all sat down and watched all the Terminator movies back to back before they wrote the AI laws.
The only similarities
Because they're weirdly similar.
the only similarities between like Terminator's world and the Zero Dawn world is you've got a private
Humanity
company.
got wiped out by robots. That's pretty much the only
No,
similarity.
you have a company who originally built the original Skynet,
Yes.
which is a private company. Something happened in Horizon.
Yeah. Private company builds robots that wipe out humanity because space signal.
Yeah, that's what similarities roughly end.
Because you know what's more likely than, oh, these two things are canon to each other? Do you know what's more likely? The dev team for Horizon Zero Dawn are probably just big fans of fucking Terminator.
They were,
because
yes.
it's a really well-known, popular fucking movie brand.
They were, and they wanted to give like an alternative version of the Terminator.
Yeah, like maybe they're just big fans of Terminator who went, you know what, that Terminator stuff is good, but I think I can do better.
Because the Horizon Zero Dawn dev team was mostly Asian,
Yeah.
and Asians like the idea of, say, like the American way, humanity always wins at the end.
Yeah, like what if humans are shit? Because we are.
What if humans say we can't win this, so we'll go extinct, but leave something behind which can rebuild and then hopefully rebuild us.
Leave a contingency plan that might just pull us through by the skin of our teeth here.
And the whole war scenario is basically us going, look, you're not going to win this, but give it time. The future of the world, humanity will be back. You know, yes, you're going to die, but
See, I prefer. It's why I genuinely prefer like a lot of like British like sci-fi things. Because like you said, like in like American sci-fi and so like American fiction, it's like, yeah, humanity wins, humanity survives. Grr.
here always what comes out on top.
You know, in the Asian ones, it's like, yeah, we're probably not gonna win this, but we can make up some bullshit little plan that'll skirt us through if we're lucky.
Or
The British versions are, we're not gonna survive this, but we're gonna make damn well sure neither the fuck are you prick.
yeah,
How dare you wipe me out? You're coming with me. And I prefer movies that end that like that off.
is it?
Yeah, humanity's fucked, but so is the thing that's gonna fuck us.
Probably humanity.
No one's
I love
getting
how
off this rock.
I love like British media is based on like Shakespeare, which is always tragedies. There's only one of his stories ends in a happy ending. That's The Tempest.
Yeah.
The rest of them ended in
Even-
horrendous
yeah,
tragedy.
All of them end in horrid tragedy, yeah.
And that tints our love our media, we do. Which Asia has the duality of the hero always wins, like Peach Boy and
Yeah.
or the other end where we're fucked, and you know we're fucked. But we're going to try anyway.
I just really enjoy stories where like stuff like the good guys figure out, yeah, we're fucked, we ain't winning this. However, we can make sure the bad guy doesn't win either, because it's so petty, and I love that. I love characters who are petty like that. Of like, yeah, I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna lose, but I'm gonna make sure the bad guy doesn't fucking win.
I mean, that's essentially what you
No
don't.
one's getting off this rock.
You don't know, but the generals in charge like, I've wasted military fear. I feel ashamed of myself doing things. Well, no, because they won't die anyway. At least let them die with a rifle in the hand.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you can't stop the robots because you build a code in that can't be fucking broke for the best part of 100 fucking years. Because what the fucking guy had to do was actually break the code, shut the robots off. Didn't destroy them, just shut them down.
Yeah.
Because
Turn it off and back on again. That'll fix it.
no, it's just permanently because how can you kill something like, 5,000 meters tall and can walk across the ocean like a spider?
You throw nuclear bombs at it till it stops.
They did.
Stops what? Yes.
They did. That's one thing that destroyed the environment was they nuked them to living, but because of the way they.
If it was still walking, you didn't throw enough fucking nukes at it.
Well, the problem with the stockpile of rogue nukes they needed to actually wipe them out before Gal was built was in Russia.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Russia bought most of the large Titans and was the first one wiped out in about first 3 days. Fucking launch, I think.
What you do is you phone up Britain and you get to send the SAS in to launch the nukes. Because let's be fair, if anyone's going to be able to fucking figure it out, it's the SAS.
And that's so. But again, in the thing best of that, and a little extra line is the Feros guy who built the robots, and actually went with the archive, hid himself away in another bunker he built.
Yes.
Then he basically built himself a harem in there,
Yes.
and then decided to make himself immortal.
Yes.
Fucked that up,
Yeah.
and became just a giant blob mass with intelligence kind of thing.
He's now an eldritch god.
Yeah, and a cult based around the Pharaoh Corporation arose, even like saying like caveman type version of suits, walking around saying, "Yep, we're highly intelligent people, businessmen, trying to find these vault to get the knowledge of Pharaohs."
It's like this. I don't know if you'll get this, but it's like the memes from like the fucking the no job Reddit community, where like it's like people doing skits like pretending to be cavemen who like pretending to be like business, like office workers. They're going, oh yes, I must go to work now and go to my office. Like it's like those really fucking stupid memes that put me on my arse.
It's actually
It's like that, but it's actually happening, and it's kind of funny.
Yeah, basically imagine like, slightly high tech better material, Iron Age. You got bows, arrows, swords, that type of stuff. But then what's
And just a guy wearing a fucking Kevlar suit, just
a guy walking around like a Gucci suit made of animal fur, like hello.
Hello there.
And then
Would you like to buy a car?
Yeah, essentially give
What's
you.
a car? I don't know, but you want to buy one.
And essentially give you like, the caveman version of like the fucking corporate speak of like integration and PowerPoint and Unity through like fuck off.
Unity through development.
Yeah, that kind of bullshit. As they leave, like shit.
Oh fuck! He's one of these dickheads. He's a middle manager. No.
Luckily, we kill him in the game.
Yes. Even video games agree that I'm right. Eat the rich.
Yeah, we kill him, and we kill Feros as well because he's a big blob.
Eat the rich.
We got
Barbecue Elon Musk.
it's even better one.
Down with the bourgeoisie.
There's another community ground who lives in an old Air Force museum, particularly the Air Force Paratrooper Rangers.
Yes.
Right, and they've got some like holograms that still function, describing who they are. Right, and they built their entire society around the idea of these paratroopers, which they call sky jumpers, jumping from the sky into battle and.
So you're trying to redevelop the parachute
Essentially,
out of leaves.
Essentially, because
Sewing leaves together with rope.
one of the ways
Parachute off cliffs.
one way you gain like thing with them is you basically hack a pterodactyl robot, fly around and jump off the pterodactyl robot, stab a guy in the chest.
I was like fucking like air assassinate a fucking guy like Far Cry style. Just
which gives you respect for that try. Like, you're the first one to do a sky kill. You're a veteran. Like,
Did you ever do that in like Far Cry 3 or 4?
Yes.
Like getting like even a gyrocopter, like the fucking sky glider in Far Cry 3, and just get to like the maximum height, and then just fly above an enemy base and let go and try and land on a guy to get like the air assassin.
That was the most
to cushion your landing because it's fucking ridiculous.
That's what it's supposed to. Every time, because all you have to do is assassin get the knife into somebody, and it's like you survive perfectly fine.
Yeah, like you've got like a 6-frame gap where you can hit R3 and land to melee.
You said we're getting.
You
said we're getting
no fall damage.
I was 1,000 feet in the air there. I don't care how good I am.
I've fallen 1,500 feet. I don't care how many date rape tattoos I've been given by fucking Jacob over here. I should have shattered my legs.
Yes, the guy's
This
dead.
isn't how G-force works whatsoever.
That guy's dead, but essentially he's been hit by the equivalent of a meteorite landing on top of him. As if
With a knife.
which turn of velocity at that point. There should be a crate at this point.
Like, there shouldn't even be a base. There should just be the remnants of a thermonuclear blast here.
No, the best there, we can see
Yet,
the impact of them two bodies
I'm
hitting each other.
standing here surrounded by guns wielding Kalashnikovs.
Essentially, about landing of that kind of distance, all they'll see is the two bodies will be just like red. They sort of walk around and all get hit by red spray. Like, what the fuck was that?
What happened?
There's like a
to
knife
Jimmy?
sticking in the concrete. As the rest of just red mist everywhere for two bodies.
It was one of my favorite things to do in like Far Cry 3 and 4 was just like see how like it's ridiculous and funny, but you feel fucking awesome.
I tell you,
It's genuinely kind of tricky to hit it.
the worst one for it though was Just Cause 4.
Just Cause 4's got some fucking ridiculous.
Because you basically parachute through the middle of that fucking tornado,
Yes.
swing out the other side.
But it's even worse than Far Cry 4 because you also have the wingsuits. You can wingsuit
No,
into it and
I'm
then
talking about Just Cause
parachute.
4.
Yeah, Just Cause 4, yeah.
Yeah, so you fly out,
You've got the wingsuit.
you snipe somebody from the air,
Yes.
still traveling at 1,000 miles an hour from the tornado,
Yes.
and then you pull your knife and plow into them with a fist, killing them, stand up, and then snipe them out and run off.
Yes. Because Rico Rodriguez is fucking immortal, that's why.
He's a fucking unit man. You know he's 57 in the game.
He is. He's 57 by the time Just Cause 4 happened.
Because the one thing they do in that series is actually age the guy correctly.
Yes. I also love as well, by the time Just Cause 4 happens, there's like a bunch of the NPCs in the game during cutscenes and shit, like, in, like even if just like you walk past them,
Yeah.
you can like they'll talk shit about you being like, he's like 57, what's he doing here?
Yeah.
But also like every once in a while you hear like some AI mention shit you did before because you're a living fucking legend of a
Yeah.
merc.
I heard he's
It's like,
stiff. I heard he's stiff.
did you hear he took down like an entire government solo? No,
my best one is-
and their military. How?
No,
Parachute.
my favorite one.
What?
No, my absolute favorite one is a scene where you get in a car and you start up the car, drive around and you shoot people.
Yes.
If you do that through the middle of town,
Yes.
you go back to town and start again. You see that guy stuff the car. Didn't this guy do Rodriguez in such a place do something similar in the middle of the town as well?
Yes.
Did he? Yeah. Look, you see a guy bringing a phone up.
But he's like,
A little cutscene of the phone like, doing it. Like, is that the same guy? No, that guy's older, man. That guy's nice. I think, yeah, but from a few years ago, you could have aged that. What?
I think this was from like 12 years ago. It might be the same fucking guy. Wait a minute. This was in Guadalajara. Hang on.
Because one of the best ones is like the guards you fight against do it.
Yes.
And because he's sneaking and watching the phone, like, no, it can't be the same guy. It fucking is. It can't be.
It's such a cool detail. Like,
His
I
father
love
died in a boat explosion years ago. I know, but look at him. There's a boy. There's him. It's
a really cool detail. I genuinely, it's one of my favorite details in the Just Cause universe.
like the guy's going for a piss in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yeah.
I've got to go for a leak. Your car, you're gonna get snake bit your cock. I'll be fine.
Solid Snake comes out of the grass and stabs him in the cock.
Yeah. Because actually, I've seen that thing. Just literally, like cock shot. Like that's.
It literally is a cock shot. I believe they did it on purpose.
I do as well. Even though they made it's just a kill box thing. It's like no, you don't. You
You animated that on purpose. You knew what you were doing.
You knew exactly what you're doing with that shot, and you did it. But we love you for it.
It's fucking beautiful.
Because that game got bullshit as well because of the Davy Crockett,
Yes.
the nuclear bazooka.
Yes.
Because although they made it in the game called Davy Crockett,
Yes.
the Japanese devs didn't know it existed in real life
Yes.
because it's still classified,
It was, yes.
and the American government went ape shit.
Like, how the fuck did you know? They're like, we were just shit posting.
Essentially,
No.
Yes, well, we assumed.
Why did you build this?
This basically the answer was from Konami's like, we were bullshitting because we thought, oh yeah, America attached nuke to anything.
Yeah, we were bored
In that
and
time.
shit posting. Why did you make this, you
No,
fucking idiot?
It's the 70s. American Russia was sticking nukes on everything. We thought, oh, imagine like a portable nuclear launcher.
Nuclear rocket launcher.
You know, we saw the fat boy from like Fallout
Right.
Vegas now. We thought, oh, let's do a 70s version of that. And ironically, you build it line for line for what the actual one looked like. Shit.
It looks almost exactly like the real life version.
And that's when the government eventually declassified it for general consumption 10 years early.
So they're basically just like, well, shit, I guess everyone knows about it now. Fuck.
Yeah.
Get the day, there it is.
And then the Cobra files also got released as well for the Cobra Special Forces from World War II. Technically the very first Special Forces unit.
Yes.
Because again, that was a fucking secret.
It was, yes. It was
And again, they bullshit their ways.
secret.
The only thing they had was the Japanese guy mentioned World War II again. Once we had a unit called Cobra or something or other, but I'm not too sure anything about it. It mainly happened like in the German theatre, not ours.
Yes.
Sounds cool, we'll do that.
Shit,
And giving it
yeah,
the grandfather sniping and all that from like
Yes.
bits of stories I've heard from like World War II vets. And you end up like the actual mix of unit of like the sniper, the beekeeper with poison expert.
Incidentally, that sniper can fuck himself.
But the end.
Yeah, yes, the end can go fuck himself. I genuinely despise you can beat that boss by just not playing the game for 6 days.
Yes, he died of rage.
If you save the game and just not boot the game up for 6 days, like it'll start that boss fight and come back, you get a cutscene instead of a boss fight. And I fucking hate that. I hate that. It's cool, don't get me wrong, it's really cool tech.
Yeah.
Some really cool fucking programming going on there. But it's also bullshit.
Metal Gear Solid's done that all the time, like with the Metal Gear 1.
They always like do really weird little things with the programming other devs would never think to try and
Because in Metal Gear 1 you had
and they make it work.
You had to change the paddle from slot 1 to slot 2.
And that's Metal Gear 2.
That's Metal Gear 1 you do it.
Psycho Mantis.
Psycho Mantis is 1.
No, because Metal Gear Solid 1's the 2D one. The top-down 2D isometric
Yeah, Psycho
one.
Mantis is on that.
No, Psycho Mantis doesn't turn up till the first 3D game, which is Metal Gear 2.
No, it's the first one.
No, he's not. Psycho Mantis isn't in Metal Gear 2.
Yeah, he's on
Metal Gear 1, sorry, it's Metal Gear 2 he turns up in. Because Metal Gear 1 you're fighting Big Boss, which is the player character from Metal Gear Solid 5, the Phantom Pain, because fuck you.
Metal Gear Solid 1, Phantom Pain.
No, Metal Gear Solid 5, the Phantom Pain.
Metal Gear Solid.
Yes.
Psycho Mantis is in that.
No, he's in Metal Gear Solid 2. Just type in Mantis for fuck's sake. It'll know what you mean. M-A.
We got Mantis. There he is.
My head!
Have I just misremembered like an entire Metal Gear game?
Yeah, because it's in.
Do you remember it being Metal Gear, then Metal Gear Solid 2?
It's Metal Gear Solid.
I remember Metal Gear, which is the 2D fucking 8-bit pixel top-down piece of shit that barely works.
I was out of heaven because I was based on the SNES.
I believe it was SNES, yes. Then
Metal Gear
I remember
Solid.
it goes straight to Metal Gear Solid 2.
No, Metal Gear Solid
Where Psycho Mantis
is where you get
turns up.
Solid Snake from. The very first Solid Snake.
I remember it being Solid 2, and the reason it was called Solid 2 was because it was a second Metal Gear game, and it was like a translation issue.
No, because the first game was just Metal Gear. Solid was.
Yeah, I remember it being Metal Gear, then Metal Gear Solid 2.
No.
I don't remember it being a Metal Gear Solid.
No, Solid came out
Have I just completely misremembered the timeline? Is that
Yeah.
what's happened there?
because Solid 2 was you had that little pansy boy with white hair in.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's when you play as Raiden.
Yes, and Solid 2.
Raiden, sorry, yeah. The first like 20 minutes is you're playing a snake, and then it fucking. Because it got a lot of controversy because you suddenly play as Raiden for the rest of the game,
Yeah.
and no one liked Raiden whatsoever.
Yeah, everyone fucking hated that guy.
Yeah, even though I personally think he's a great fucking character. Even in that game, I think he's
Yeah,
great fun.
because
but-
Metal Gear Solid 3 was Snake Eater.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, fuck. Sorry, my apologies. I rescind my disagreement. You're correct.
Because that you played as Big Boss before he became Big Boss in Snake Eater.
Technically, but technically not at the same time. That's the Big Boss, not Big Boss.
No, the Big Boss was the woman who you kill.
Correct?
Then you become Big Boss.
No, you become the Big Boss.
You take over from her.
Because Snake kills the Big Boss and becomes the Big Boss. Big Boss in Metal Gear Solid 5 is the bad guy from Metal Gear Solid 1. Metal Gear Solid, sorry.
Which is Big Boss.
Metal Gear, sorry. The original Metal Gear.
Which is Big Boss.
8-bit. That's just Big Boss, not
Which is you.
Big Boss.
Which is the guy from 3.
No.
And
it's the guy from 5. The guy from 3 and the guy from 5 are different people.
No, because what do you call it? Solid Snake from Metal Gear
Yeah.
is a genetic clone-ish thing of Big Boss from the very first game. And you find out that Snake, the one from number 3, is Solid Snake's father.
No.
Because then number 4 takes place where Snake's aged because of Fox died.
That Snake because you've got basically turbo cancer.
Because Fox died, your father turns back up
Yes.
because he was frozen, which is the Big Boss from number 3 and the first one.
Yes.
Because fuck timelines.
Yes.
Then Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain starts
Yes.
as
And the other one we don't talk about.
as a Big Boss after the events of number 4.
Yes.
We start rebuilding Out of Heaven again.
Yes.
And the Mad Dogs Mercenary Unit.
Diamond Dogs.
But same thing.
But no.
That's the official timeline.
It actually isn't because of the ending of Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yep. No, that's the timeline Konami officially give out
No.
for what it is.
No. That timeline is wrong because it completely ignores the ending of Metal Gear Solid 5.
Because Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden goes on to the Out of Heaven Metal Gear, which was rebuilt from Metal Gear
Yes.
Gear,
Correct.
which was the Big Boss's prize battleship
Wrong.
he was trying to build as part of
Wrong.
the Out of Heaven project.
That was Big Bosses, not the Big Bosses. The reason there's a difference is because of the ending of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, where it's revealed that the character you've been playing as for the entire game isn't Snake. It is a different character who is called Big Boss because, and I fucking wish I was making this up, at the start of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, you're in the helicopter that explodes, right?
You get a chunk of metal in your head.
Yes. So, Snake was on that helicopter, and so was the player character. They were different characters. When the explosion happened, essentially what occurred was, the current timeline version of Snake in that game was basically knocked into a coma. Your character wasn't, but they didn't know how long Snake was going to be in a coma for, and they didn't have time to try and figure it the fuck out. So they, against your will, they put your character under the knife and give him fucking plastic surgery to look like Snake, and basically brainwash him to make him believe he is Snake, and give him the name Big Boss, because they basically were just calling Snake Boss at the time. So the other the soldiers that knew didn't get confused. They were like, right, we'll call this one Big Boss, and that character, when he at the end of the game is he gets that revealed to him and figures it the fuck out. That revelation causes him to go fucking insane, turn evil, and become the villain from Metal Gear Solid 1. Because the Boss / Snake never wakes up from that coma.
Problem Metal Gear Solid takes place in the 80s.
Wrong Metal Gear. I'm talking about Metal Gear, not Metal Gear Solid. The original Metal Gear.
Yeah, original Metal Gear takes place in the 80s.
70s.
Or 70s. Phantom Pain takes place in 2012.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Phantom Pain.
Set. When set. WHENSET. 1984.
94.
I remember the original Metal Gear must have been 1986, 87 it's set.
60s.
Yes, the first one must be the 1960s because
And we've got Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater 64. Metal Gear Solid.
Portable Ops, which doesn't count.
Yeah. The 70s. Peace Walker.
Which again doesn't count.
Right, so the original game was 1995.
Here we go. Yeah, Ground Zero, the one we don't talk about, was 75. Then it was 84 for Phantom Pain, and then 95 for Metal Gear. Then Metal Gear Solid 2 Snake Eater was 99, 2005.
No, that's Solid Snake.
Yeah, Metal Gear. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Metal Gear 2
Raiden.
Solid Snake. Yeah.
That's
So
Raiden.
I read that as Snake Eater for some reason, but that's free. I've read so.
Yeah. So Solid Snake, that's Raiden.
Yes, which is 1999, which makes sense because Revengeance I think was like 2008. It's supposed to be set.
And Metal Gear Solid, which is one everyone knows of Konami,
Yes,
which is Snake, takes place
in 05.
05. Then Sons of Liberty, which is Raiden.
Yes, which I don't count because it's basically standalone DLC, but it's fine.
Guns of the Patriots, which is technically the second time the Snake from Konami takes place.
Yes.
It
Then
takes-
Revengeance was 2018 for Revengeance, so
Which is
that was
Raiden again.
close. Yes, and I argue the best one because it's just Devil May Cry with a cyborg.
No, I've never played Solid Snake. Metal Gear Solid 2 Solid Snake. 'Cause I played Sons of Liberty.
I've played almost all of them.
So I've missed one somewhere.
Yes, no, I've played almost every single one of them.
Yeah, I played Snake here, which I fucking loved.
I've played Snake Eater. I played Portable Ops and didn't like it.
Yeah.
I played Peace Walker and loved it, but I refuse to count it as canon.
Because Paul Ops was the Vita version.
Yes, we don't talk about Ground Zeroes in my presence.
Yeah.
Phantom Pain's really fucking good. I really enjoy it. The original Metal Gear game,
Was on the SNES.
not for me. Don't personally enjoy it, but I can appreciate it for what it is.
It was a dungeon crawler bit set in like the
Pretty
70s.
much. Metal Gear 2's alright. Metal Gear Solid's alright. Sons of Liberty's pretty good. Didn't mind it. Guns of the Patriots, yeah, it's fine for what it is.
Right, so this is another 8-bit one.
Yes. It wasn't a very popular Metal Gear title. A lot of people haven't played it. I played it on an emulator back in like 2017-ish. Fair warning, anyone who wants to try and track down this particular Metal Gear game, good fucking luck, it's a bitch.
Yeah.
Utter bitch to get your hands on it.
So they must rewrite the name for Metal Gear Solid then
No,
in 2025.
no.
Because Solid Snake 2 takes place before. It's actually built before that.
Yes,
Because it's on an old fucking Game Boy Roller Switch.
yes. But no, that is the name it originally released with. It wasn't the very, very first Metal Gear game to come out, but it's one of the first ones. But it was still called Metal Gear 2, despite coming out before the first Metal Gear game. Because even from the start,
I put launch.
L-A-U-N-C-H.
L-A-U.
Yes, N-C-H.
Here we go.
19-something-7, that says.
What did I click on?
That's the chronological order of the timeline. So that's what order the games happen.
That's how I play the games.
That's the newest one.
Yeah, I wrote that. Try this one. Right, so Metal Gear. Metal Gear, that's the difference. Metal Gear 2.
Yes.
Solid Snake, not Metal Gear Solid 2.
I don't stand correct. Metal Gear 2 did come out afterwards. My mistake.
Yeah. Because Metal Gear Solid, then Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty.
Yes.
That's what
So
the Solid...
Metal Gear 2 is genuinely a pain in the arse to track down, though.
Yeah, that's what a good mistake, because I was looking at... Hang on, Solid? It's not, it's because Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake.
Yes.
Whereas Metal Gear Solid 2 was the franchise I know of, I've personally played.
Yes. I've played almost every Metal Gear game at this
Yeah.
point. There's only a handful I haven't touched.
It was banned on PlayStation 2.
It was.
Common memory of Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence Bear Pack. PS3, Vita, Xbox 360 versions were Compound HD edits. Metal Gear Solid HD Collection.
Yes.
So I know that collection's on Steam actually.
It is, yes.
But technically we can play it.
Yes.
I don't want to, but
Yeah, you're right, you don't want to. I have played it, you're not missing much, I'll be honest.
yeah.
It was fine for what it is.
98
Yes.
for us. October.
That's it. The Metal Gear Solid, pretty good. Don't mind it. Sons of Liberty, it was alright. Snake Eater's fucking fantastic.
I do love Snake Eater. I think visually and
It still
storytelling
holds
wise,
up beautifully.
it was fucking gorgeous. For
Okay,
PS3 release.
even by today's standards, still looks really
Oh,
good.
PS2 released originally. Fuck
It
me.
was, yes. Guns of the Patriots.
Hated.
I wasn't big on it. I didn't dislike it. It was aight for what it
All
was.
they've done was retell Metal Gear Solid with all female bosses in robot suits.
Pretty much, yeah. And to be fair, I didn't mind that too much. Just
With you dying of fucking.
I just wasn't
poison.
big on the Octocam. You know, I wasn't big on that thing.
Yeah.
But, like outside that, didn't really have
Peace
any.
Walker was just garbage.
I enjoyed Peace Walker. I just refused to count it as canon. We don't talk about that one. Phantom Pain's really fucking good. It's great fun. I haven't played Integral though. I never got around to Integral. I haven't played VR missions because it
VR.
wasn't fun. No, it's not a VR game.
No, it was part of the. It's basically. I remember about. It was part of a.
Essentially, the storyline is Snake is in a virtual reality machine getting extra training.
Yes, essentially, it's part of the. Technically, it's the pre-pod for you launching to your mission.
Yes. That's it. I've not played it, but I haven't heard anything good about it either, so meh.
It wasn't released in the West that much.
Yeah, like it.
I think it was part of
It
a few-
was, but not a lot of copies got released out here.
It was part of like an anniversary box edition of the original game.
Yeah, it wasn't for me. Didn't play Substance because that is genuinely a pain in the arse to get. I didn't play Twin Snakes, but I have a friend who did, who has very good things to say about it. Didn't play Free Substance because again wasn't
Again,
for
Twin
me.
Snakes was retracted at pre-release only by Rudeness.
No, it had EU October 6, 2006. HD Collection I played on 360,
Oh, that's why we didn't play it. It's on
which
game.
is where I played Peace Walker from, because it was easier to get at the time.
It was on GameCube. That's what we didn't play for.
Yes. Let's say played HD Collection.
I can't believe
I didn't like Snake Eater 3D.
I can't believe
really
that
didn't
Australia
like it.
only got released on Metal Gear in 2006.
Correct. I didn't play Snake Eater 3D. Didn't like it. See if I didn't like the 3DS that much. So
Yeah, I
it
hated
wasn't
three-
for me.
I didn't like 3DS that much either because
It was fine for like
For
a
games-
novelty, but
no, it's fine for games like Pokemon and like
even
something like that.
Pokemon, like the 3D effects were just a bit shit.
You know, even like the DS, I didn't like the DS that much either.
I liked the original DS. I didn't mind the DS Lite. The 3DS just was not for me.
My problem with DS was
The 2DS was fucking great.
my biggest gripe with DS. They put Doom on there on the DS, right? And they made you, in order to walk around and turn corners, there's a stylus on the board to try and turn your character around,
Yes.
which I hated.
I do agree, that was a bad port, but I blame the port for that. I don't blame the console for that.
I'm a Nintendo for that. What do I do play Nintendo for? To be honest.
I don't know, like 99% of the games I've played on Nintendo consoles have been fine. Like I've not had any major issues. Like fuck, I played a lot of Call of Duty on the Nintendo Wii for fuck's sake, and like those are fine ports. They're not great. They're kind of janky, but they work. Like, Ken, when you're 12 and trying to like play Call of Duty and get a bit of exercise, then it kind of works. So.
I still love the Wii. It's one of the more kids of 10 and elbow in 2 years in the entire world combined. Because kids are like everyone went ham trying to full force swing at that goddamn tennis racket.
Oh no, I used to cheat at the tennis where I just used to fucking wiggle my wrist like that really fast.
Yeah.
Just my Mii would have a fucking little seizure and just fucking send it.
But don't be like saying, why are you injured? Well, I was playing Wii tennis. You went full force, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I literally gave myself tennis elbow, fuck.
What happened to you? Why is your arm wrist broken? I was playing golf. Over there. But I think the hospital had like a special like, area like...
I genuinely did once have to go to hospital because I was playing Wii Sports. I was playing the baseball game on Wii
Yeah.
Sports. Had like the wrist strap and that on, and like swung, and just kind of let go of the remote, and kept moving my arm. So essentially threw the Wii remote into the back of my own head at full force. Because like obviously my arm stopped, but the remote didn't. So it let go.
They had some weight to them.
It had the strap and it just kind of.
The vibrator at the bottom, they had some massive weight to them.
It had some fucking weight. I only ever used that little fucking attacher thing if I was playing Wii Sports Resort.
Yeah.
So it was the only game that required it. No other Wii game released ever needed that fucking thing. Which begs the question, what was the point of it?
Because it's just got that bounce pad as well. And that was a... Because I was saying, oh, skateboard, you jump. So people like jumping on the pad. Like, no, keep your feet on the pad. They're not supposed to jump on this fucking...
Yeah, exactly. Like,
They shift you way quickly. It's like...
yes, I tried one because my neighbour and his grandkids had one.
Yeah.
I used to visit a lot. I tried it once at their house and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not fucking buying this piece of shit. This does not fucking work. This is only useful, like both this like fucking balance pad and like the Wii Fit app, only useful as a scale. It's good as a digital scale. Outside of it, it is fucking pointless technology.
When that came out, the PlayStation came out with the skateboard mod for PS3.
Yes, which was fucking horrid.
But that one you could jump on, it could tell you, like, lock your feet in and jump, the whole thing comes ground, put down.
Yes, and a lot of people shattered their fucking ankles using it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people tried to use that despite having never actually skateboarded before, so had no fucking clue how to land like that.
Yeah, but Ollie, like...
So would just snap their fucking ankles on impact because they'd never landed like that before in their goddamn life.
I think the Xbox, because the Xbox American release only, was the rollerblade simulator where you actually could put rollerblades in that dish, which virtually keeps down the VR dish. You try and skate around that and like...
Which again, a lot of people snapped their fucking legs on.
Yeah, because all you had that was like, hold on the handles and skate like you would. I was like, have you ever skated before? No!
Weirdly, I had a lot of friends manage to break their legs playing the Kinect. Like I've got dyspraxia and hypermobility. I played the Kinect a lot as a kid. Never hurt myself using the Kinect.
Yeah, a lot of people couldn't.
Friends of mine who were like professional athletes for their age group, broken legs, fucked up shoulders, all because they've went a bit too hard on the.
Now, the other people got blood force trauma from the PlayStation Move.
Oh yeah. Because
of the two-player fighting simulators.
Yes.
When the VR first came out.
You punch your friend right in the fucking eye.
Yeah, it's like, come on, right, okay, ready, go.
Bang! Fuck! I'm sorry, I thought we were 6 feet apart. We weren't, we were 2 feet, you dick.
Why you hit that hard for? Was this swing with your might? No, oh, you fucking might.
Not full force, Jim, for fuck's sake.
Then, I think it was the place that came out with the rifle controller.
Yes.
For Call of Duty, we had the actual rifle, you had the controls on like the thumb grip and...
Yes.
You had to run around.
It didn't work as well as the Wii version did.
It didn't, but it was interesting.
It was a cool idea, it was a cool gimmick, but it didn't fucking work.
The worst gimmick that came out was everyone hated. Well, we didn't hate but love, but still hate at the same time. Was the Nintendo first generation Nintendo VR glasses.
Yeah, those were shit. That
caused the most amount of seasickness, dizziness, and vomiting you've ever seen in your life.
Because they had the worst fucking field of view settings known to man. If there's one thing that's important for VR, it's field of view settings.
Yeah, it's like most people.
Yeah, because I think their field of view settings were set to like fucking 30 degrees.
Well, I did love how when
like you could see this much. Like,
yeah. What I did love about that whole setting though was the owner of Nintendo at the time was demonstrating on the stage when it was released the first G3 when it came
genuinely got ill live on stage.
He just vomited all over the floor. Like, he had some bad shellfish, he'd be fine. And we see the booth every time they went to the booth, like, bleh, bleh.
She had to cover for him in lines that he just had food poisoning.
Then there's a booth demonstration going, and the people just kept that bucket said full of vomit.
Yep.
As they kept going.
Oh, it was a beautiful time.
And this Blizzard, there's supposed to have some bad shellfish at this event, you know.
Lies.
And then lucky got away because everyone who went to the booth did tend to eat from the shellfish bar. So they got very lucky in that lie. Until they got released and they, people feel across the world now,
People are still getting ill. Fuck.
Well, we'll just quietly just stop selling it.
Yes, we'll just quietly discontinue the product.
And now it's like worth like, I think 500,000 for the original one box.
It's about that, yeah.
And it's still piece of rubbish.
I think there's only about 10,000 of them left in like decent condition. So a lot of people fucking tried them once and launched the fuckers into walls.
Yeah.
Because they were made that violently ill, they just fucking threw them.
They weren't cheap back when they came out. Cause they came out
No, they were good, like fucking 600-700 quid.
They came out in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s for that.
Yeah, they were, like I said, I think they were like 600-700.
No, they were 300 at the time.
I remember them being a lot more.
It was about 300, but I remember 300 then, it was about 700 quid now.
Maybe I read like the fucking inflation translation version of just
Yeah, because like
been wrong for a while.
Because back then, I think it was the pound was like $2.50 to the pound.
Yeah, it was something like that.
So it's about 200 quid for the set.
Yeah.
Because they then linked to that fucking magic glove.
Yeah.
And
that
that's,
was a piece of shit.
it was a cool idea, just ahead of its time a bit.
It also just didn't work, to be fair.
No, it didn't work.
It never has worked, it never will work.
It didn't work, no. Because
It never will.
Super Nintendo didn't have the space for capacity to actually run the fucking thing.
Correct. And again, it never will work as it was advertised to be able to work.
No.
We will never have that kind of tech.
Oh, fuck. Well, we almost gone 4 hours.
As I say, we've been going 4 hours and I'm starting to feel it in my throat.
How was the cinnamon cider?
Honestly, the cinnamon kind of grew on me after I think we got about halfway through and went, no, okay, the cinnamon's quite nice though.
I would keep drinking with you, but unfortunately the stout kind of like ruined my stomach.
Fair.
To actually finish it, it's just like a lead weight on your stomach.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
as
I'm not finishing it.
As I'm drinking, I feel like I'm probably sick.
Yeah.
Because it's just sitting there like a weight.
That's fair. Like I found the strawberry cider really cured me though. I really enjoyed that.
The only strawberry was nice, but it's a bit. If you get wrong, it's strawberry enough to be not a cider, but it's not strawberry enough to be a standalone strawberry beverage.
No, I found it to be just the perfect level of strawberry for me. But, like, it wasn't like strawberry milkshake where it's supposed to be aggressively strawberry. It was like that nice, gentle little, I'm a strawberry. No, it was just a nice little coaxing of strawberry to make you go, that's a strawberry. No, it was quite pleasant. I enjoyed it.
Also, we're going to review 2 movies we'll get a chance to.
Are we?
The Nizar.
Yes.
Because I'm damn well interested in it.
Send me the name of that actually. Send me that on Discord, and like just so I remember what the fuck it's called. Because I can guarantee you, by the time I wake up tomorrow, I will have forgotten.
Yeah. You probably find it on Netflix, most likely.
Probably, or like one of my other websites that I know of.
Because I'm pretty sure I can probably find it on one of my websites I've got.
Yeah, like it might even be on Crunchyroll at this point. Let's be fair.
It's not Crunchyroll, not for a fact. That checked, but then again, Crunchyroll doesn't do a lot of Chinese stuff.
Yeah, I do more like China, Korea kind of regions of there.
It's mostly Japan. They do big Korean now.
China. I meant Japan, Korea. Sorry.
They are doing big Korean stuff now. Like the Mawa, the Korean ones.
So I've heard they've got like a lot more Korean stuff coming in.
That's what the Soul Leveling, which is the big thing at the moment.
Yeah.
That's a Korean Mawa. And that. Don't get me wrong, Soul Leveling. I've read the manga for it. Actually, generally decent story because he goes from being crap, then strange up, getting powerful and powerfuler. Then finds out that some arsehole's trying to make him powerful, so someone else to take over his soul. Kills him off. Still getting strength out. Shit, I'm too strong now. Fuck. Regrets himself back down to a child kind of thing, fighting for 1,000 years, and resets the world. For a bit. It's an interesting story arc.
In the politest way possible. I don't give a shit.
I know you don't. We're not going 4 hours now. Shall we end it now? Because we're going to go 4 hours, 1 minute.
Yes, I think we'll call it. We'll call it an evening. Yeah.
Good night and good luck.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll catch you all on the next one.
Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
make all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah.